Hello. I speak out into whoever may be able to receive this message at this time, but yes, I returned, I believe. And unlike, I would say, probably a bit more expectedly, a bit more predictably, but for some reason, like, I'm pretty sure the last couple of times that I did get around to streaming, it looks like today I don't have quality options, which seems weird. I don't know what's weirder, the fact that I had them before and the fact that I had them before and now I don't, or the fact that I had them in the first place at all, since just the whole bizarre, I don't know, conundrum, condition. The bizarre series of circumstances by which that particular feature seems to be arbitrarily given out. But yeah, not really sure if I should be more puzzled at the fact that I had them at all ever, or at the fact that I had them before and I don't have them now, but anyway. Just another typical Twitch question, I guess. Oh goodness. Now we got RWRRR with a higher concentration of errors in between in the middle of the message there. But thank you for the resub, Red Bear. With, well, according to the Twitch thing, at least 2-month streak, but for a total of 40 months, which is crazy as usual. Enjoy your Bob, enjoy your however that affects however many ads play or however that works. I still have not figured it out. And as always, you have your good old Founders Badge to show that you're one of the OGs around here. Well, I get the feeling that we would know about that either way. But yeah, thanks for that. And also, before I forget, thank you to Judge Judy Slayer, who apparently followed during the early parts of the stream here, and whom, unlike some other follows that kind of made me raise my eyebrows in recent history, I think I can probably say with a reasonable certainty is not a bot. So yeah, that is very much appreciated, but yeah. But that having been said, and speaking of which, there's like, I feel like there's at least one other thing that I should look at in relation to that whole our bots around thing, but I don't know. I mean, if I was gonna do that right now, I probably should have done that before, so I just try to remind myself to do that later. But anyway, right now, I should probably just go ahead and switch over to, let's switch to this scene, let's see if this works. Probably. Also hello, Bird, if I didn't say that already. And as usual, just kind of hello to whosoever may receive this message at any point in history, you know. We do like the lurkers around here. Very much so. And now that I am actually here and very, very slowly clicking my way around and sort of doing it in a very unorganized, confused fashion, because when am I ever not in that state, especially when it comes to streaming? At least it feels like my voice is not quite as... it's still kind of clumsy. It feels like I need to actually really focus to get it to come out and not sound kind of wobbly, but nowhere near as bad as it was some hours back, and by some hours back I mean like quite a while back actually, like most of the day back. But right after I woke up and I got into a call and it was like, yeah, I'm totally a person who knows how to use speech. I'm totally able to put words one in front of the other and form a coherent sentence and make it legible and, well, not legible, I guess intelligible would be the auditory equivalent of that. But yeah, hopefully I can be a little bit better about that in the present time, just like I can be a little bit better at actually doing things right now. Such as clicking the shovel button on this thing that I've just, well, that I've had open for a while on this tab on the side. On this window on the side. And just kind of move into what I usually do at the start of these streams, which is I do a little bit of VGM, I'm guessing, before before we get into things here, with I guess the remainder of the stream, which will probably need a bit of a refresher for myself when we get to that, but for now it's just, you know, one thing at a time, like I was just saying to myself just a little while ago. Let me just go ahead and see, is this, yeah, that thing. Bit of a funny story that I would probably actually rather avoid telling when it comes to the game. That was the main reason for me to, oh, that thing is there. The main reason for me, okay, for me to have put that image there. I can focus on finishing one thought at a time. But yeah. I will say this, I've been replaying that game on PS4 for reasons that I probably won't go into just now, but what I will be doing right now, and probably lending a little bit more time to, will be this, which is a little bit of VGM guessing. I will play 5 random tracks from this thing that I have open on the side here, which is based on the Cheese VGM playlist, and which I will have to skip through at least a little bit. I'm kind of curious about the first thing that came up in the playlist here, though, when I reshuffled it just now, because I'm pretty sure that it's from something that I had never actually heard before, which is apparently Musashi Samurai Legend. I am positive that I have no reason, at least at present, or no possibility of being familiar with this soundtrack. But apparently it sounds like this. Apparently this track is called Vixen Maiden. I guess I'll give it a second to see if it does anything interesting. Before I skip ahead to, you know, the rest of this, which would be something that I probably will not be able to see just there. Also, hello, Edgar. Welcome in for, and thank you for the resub for up to 6 months. That's half of a year. Enjoy your Bob, enjoy your... However, ads are affected, like I was stumbling through that just a moment ago. And unless I'm very much mistaken, you probably also have one of those sweet founders badges. You can always wear that with pride around these parts. But yeah, apparently this track, which is about half down, is from Musashi Samurai Legend, which I have not heard before now, but obviously the impression that I get from this particular track is like, reminds me a bit of a track from Xenoblade 2, the Yggdrasil World 3 track, but I don't find it quite as compelling. But I guess I can use that as some kind of a mnemonic device to remind myself of that if this ever actually comes up in the chase. I mean, has that even made it out of play just yet? I get the feeling that it hasn't. It's one of those that, yeah, it's been on there for quite a while. Let me listen to the very start of this again, just for the beam. Yeah. I feel like it gives me a different vibe at the very start than it does for the remainder of the track, but anyway. That is at the very top of this list, so I can't see a bunch of stuff that's below it here. What I can't see, however, is whatever's below this track, which I'm about to click on now, which is Fairy Flying from Ocarina of Time, so everything after this is unseeable to me right now, so that will be the actual random tracks here. So, yeah, I'm gonna play 5 of this. I just realized that I'm kind of gimping myself. I just realized, yeah. Well, hold on, let me pause this track before it fades out, even though there's like another 10 seconds after it just gets to silence. But yeah, that particular track apparently also is one of those that very noticeably distributes itself differently to like the left and right channels, so... Because I'm doing the thing that I sometimes do when I'm streaming, and by sometimes I mean most of the time, is just like have one of my ears that I put the headphones over uncovered. It just kind of sounded weird, like something was missing, and that's because it was. But anyway, now that I've gotten that little diatribe, I guess I'll just let this fade out. Another 10 seconds or so, 5 tracks I will play for about a minute each, and any present may guess what they may or may not be. Starting with whatever this is. Can't say this seems not familiar to me, but I'm thinking 16-bit. It's quite a few things about the cadence of this thing that say 16-bit to me, but it's not something that I really recognize. Sounds like RuneScape could be. Can also be like that, yeah. I guess that's not entirely dissimilar to the 16-bit thing that I was saying. It's just kind of got that old school, meaty kind of feel. But yeah, I'm guessing that RuneScape is probably the biggest candidate here, since I have no idea what this is. Yep, this is in fact RuneScape. And apparently the name of the track here is Sea Shanty 2. There is no space between the word shanty and the number 2 on the video graphic or on the video title text. I'm guessing that's actually meant to be the most correct canonical spelling, or however I want to put that. But yeah, there we go. And according to the video graphic, by the way, this is the old RuneScape song. I feel like maybe I played a version of RuneScape once upon a time for like, I don't know, half an hour or something, but I definitely don't know enough about RuneScape to make the distinction between whatever old RuneScape may be and whatever any other RuneScape may be. So if this RuneScape did make it out to play this right here. If this ever actually comes up, I guess I'll have to rely on... Ooh. Well, I'm pretty sure I know what this is. Speaking of stuff that has gone to go, that wasn't like playtest/voting for a while, I should know. Ooh. Oh dang. I did not even realize this at all. The fuck? But I'm not seeing RuneScape in like anywhere. I'm just kind of clicking through the Chase Discord. Oh no, never mind. Here it is. I'm just blind. Apparently, RuneScape is apparently going to make it in at some point, thanks to a couple of people who are actually voting for it. And apparently sooner rather than later. But yeah, it's been a minute yet. Well, in about 5 seconds I can reveal what this is, even though, as with pretty much every single time that something that I submitted comes up and nobody but me knows what it is, I'm expressing a sigh of disappointment. But anyway, this is the credit scene from Scourge Hive. Good game, honestly. I feel like I should replay it one of these days. Probably just do it by myself since I stream this, but honestly I should just be playing like a lot of the games that are in the Chase by myself, because I always feel that it takes me like 10 times longer to get through a game if I'm just trying to get through it on stream, especially if it's like my first run of the game. But that's hardly surprising now, is it? But yeah, this is, well, I already said what it is. It's credits from Scourge Hive. But I mean, I wouldn't dream of playing through something like Chrono Cross, for example, without streaming it. Especially since that would be my blind run, and since that's apparently one of the games that's made like the biggest deal out of in the Chase, in spite of the fact that I barely know it, if at all. Even though, like I said, I played Radical Dreamers on stream even, and you know, that game did lead me to notice that they took a bunch of the tracks that they created for that game and basically remade them for Chrono Cross. And I don't know how many people realize it, but anyway. Like, this track has been playing for like 2.5 minutes. I'm like getting distracted here, so let's just go ahead and move on to track number 3, which is... Ooh, not a track that I submitted, but... I get the feeling that if I had been... Or a game, I guess, that I submitted, but if I had been during the early days of the Chase to like actually influence that stuff, it probably would have been one of the first games that I would have put in myself, but apparently somebody else had that same idea, which I definitely resonate with. Yep, it's The Sims, and I'm pretty sure I know the track name too. I don't know which number I would associate to it, but pretty sure in the track name. I think I was actually reading about The Sims a while ago. think it's because I was updating my Chase wishlist, because I want to, you know, out of all the possible expansions that there could be in the Chase, I feel like one of the ones that definitely could be used is like the original soundtracks that were introduced in the expansions for Sims 1. And I was looking at, there's a Sims wiki that shows like every single track that's in each Sims game, both base game and expansions all combined in one page. Because I was trying to figure out, maybe I can just list like all the composers other than Jerry Martin who would have worked in this, but now there's too many. But yeah, this is called Since We Met, and it's one of the building themes, and apparently, according to this upload, it's build 3. Let me see if I can remember off the top, which hopefully I can, what all 6 of the build themes are called. They're like Under Construction, aka New Beginnings, Since We Met. I think Buying Lumber is one of the build themes and not one of the buy themes. So that's 3. There's also Now What, there's The Simple Life, and there's If You Really See You Really. Let me just quickly confirm that Buying Lumber is one of the build themes, though, because it might be one of the buy themes. I feel like out of all of those, Buying Lumber would probably be the one that I would be less liable to recognize. Yeah, there you go. This is Buying Lumber, and that is in fact one of the build themes. But yeah, that's what this isn't. Whereas the previous track was like 4 minutes, this one is like 6 minutes, so I could continue to let it play out, but let's just go ahead and keep moving it along like before. We'll go ahead and do that now. Ooh. And here's one of those games which, if this is what I think it is, which I'm pretty sure it is, it's one of those weird games that for some reason only has like one track in the entire playlist, at least from what I've seen. So it only comes up like once every several years. Not literally, but it feels like that. If only something like, you know, Secret of Monkey Island main theme would play in regular rounds. I would so hope that something like that would get boosted, I would say, but I mean, to be perfectly honest, I feel like there should be more Monkey Island 1 tracks than I should remember with clarity other than the main theme and LeChuck's theme, but for some reason those are the only 2 that come to mind when I think about that soundtrack. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is NBA Jam, like main menu or main theme or what have you. For Nintendo specifically, and so it is. Oh, it's literally about to end too, so I think we're about to just, go into the last one here. And I think I know what this is. Speaking of games that only have like 1 or 2 tracks in, I think this is literally the second track that got boosted in after this game only had 1 track in initially, I think. Something like a Chaser Choice or something. But I think that one actually did get boosted at least once, and then this got boosted in. You know, I was replaying this game on the big collection that finally came out on PC some time back. And yeah, it's Halo 2. And I finished playing the version of Halo 1 that was in that collection, but then I just got like, I don't know, 70% of the way through Halo 2, and then I demonstrated my inability to focus on one thing until I finish it. When was the last time I clicked on that thing? I can probably find out. But yeah, this is actually kind of a weird example of, it's Racketeer, but it's been a minute, I can just say that. Kind of a weird example of potential sample round, I think. So I think that when this gets far enough in, I think it kind of quotes Walk in the Woods from Halo 1. I think it's about to happen here. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it still has the pipe banging noise that can help you distinguish it, but the melody is pretty much a reprise of Walk in the Woods from Halo 1. Ooh, apparently somebody else I know has actually been replaying the Halo stuff, but the last time that I touched Master Chief Collection was apparently on April 20th, so yeah, it's been a while. It's been just a little while. Remember the final changes came up, we were so surprised another Halo 2 track existed. Yeah, because I think pretty much the only, and I think they are in fact the only two Halo 2 tracks that are in the playlist right now, would be this and Peril, which is like yet another track that is mostly recognizable because it's reminiscent of different melody from Halo 1, at least to my ears. I wonder what the last achievement that I got in Master Chief Collection was. It was apparently completing Quarantine Zone on Halo 2. Which, if I am to go by the symbol, must be level 9. And also beat the par score on Quarantine Zone, which apparently less than 4% of players have done. Ooh. And this is, I guess, somewhat fitting to be the extra track that isn't actually worth credit, since this is East Origin. The Falcom Shoehorn that exists in the playlist. And apparently the name of the track is The Guidance of a White Tower. I feel like there's really only one track from any of the East stuff that I've heard in the chase that I've actually liked, and that I don't even remember what it's called, like Tower of the Shadow of Death or something. I remember going on VGM Quiz and commenting on that track to be like, I was surprised when I saw what this was, since this sounds too good to be this, and to be perfectly honest, I feel like I can still hold on to that sentiment. But this track in particular kind of feels to me like it's not a great fit for the chase. I don't know. There's really not a lot going on. And I feel like I can't see that from what little I know Ys/Falcon standards. Tower of the Shadow of Death, the track I use a hint in the song to get. I can probably just find it if I search the playlist here. There we go. Here it is, and yeah. I feel like I hear this melody and it just reminds me of something else that is definitely not Falcom, that I would feel a lot more like expect it to be in a lot more than in a Falcom game, if that makes sense. But then again, I can't really put my finger on what that would be, but yeah. Even when it, like I feel like that kind of rhythmic grave piano tones at the beginning are the most distinctive part of the track for me, but even when it gets to different parts of the melody like this, it still gives me that same kind of feel like whatever this is, it's doesn't really sound Falcon to me. It sounds like something else, but I can't put my finger on what. Oh well. I'll try to keep my mind on that. Of course, time to go ahead and search. I can scroll back up and I guess maybe possibly leave the playlist right here on this track so I can maybe just reuse that later. But now that that is out of the way, let me bring back this playlist for a little while. For a hot minute or so as I check to see if this Twitch tab, which has the actual dashboard open, has crashed yet. Because sometimes it likes to crash. Oh, also, someone must have caught on to my contradiction of a popular video game series popularity. I don't know, my naysaying. Or so I thought, but then the sirens went quiet. Okay, so just feels like there's just a couple of things that I need to add on to the metadata here before I can go back to the other tab here and actually get started with the game. And that's gonna be something that's probably gonna be stuck in my head for a while, though. The fact that I can say, like, yeah, Tower of the Shadow of Death reminds me of something that isn't this, what it's actually from, but like if I heard that in Final Chase or something and I had to quickly like guess a game for it, no matter what it was, I feel like I would probably be able to come up with whatever it is that makes me think of, but for some reason that's really not coming to mind right now. Anyhow. Hey, this is actually pretty, just realized it's a pretty fitting track for the game we're about to play here. And I will... Oh, I was gonna say just let it play out to the end, but not quite gonna do that, because this is apparently a double loop edit that I must have made. But I will let it play to the end of the actual loop, which is in just a couple of seconds here. At least it's a pretty smooth loop. I feel like if you're actually gonna like just stick that in Audacity and... Oh, what am I doing? I thought that I just clicked on that thing. There. Now I clicked on it. If you're gonna stick that in Audacity directly, you do need to tweak it a little bit. For some reason it feels like if you just kind of concatenate 2 copies of the file. Bleh. When it jumps from like the end of one, the first instance, to the other one, it feels like it's less smooth than when it actually just loops in-game. Which is kind of bizarre, but anyway. Probably didn't even explain that with any kind of clarity, but anyway. Speaking of not explaining things with any kind of clarity, let's see if I can remember what was occurring in this case, which we kind of left in the middle of this case. So unlike, I don't know, the Professor Layton games, for example, we don't actually get like a convenient recap of what's going on when we load back into an incomplete game, or a game in progress. Well, yeah, let's see. I can't remember what was actually going on. There's a cat. Should probably just do an animation if we interact with it. But yeah, previously on Grady's Attorney Part 2. We were investigating the owner of this room. Was like the second person that apparently Natsume Sasaki was suspected of murdering, but it didn't actually turn out that the person died, so it was like a fake suspicion. More like a... Well, how to put it? It was more of a, I guess, grievance or assault suspicion than a murder suspicion, but the dude that lives in this room was like some actor guy that didn't actually die, but he was also running some kind of racket to get unlimited heat from this machine by making fake coins out of ice. And that's what it proved, but he also apparently insists that he was poisoned by Sasaki, but we don't know what's really going on. And now we're investigating. Yeah, do we have anything left to do in this room now that I've gotten caught up with myself all that I needed to? I'm pretty sure that, let me take a look at the court record. We should have gotten some stuff recently from like this second half of the investigation, I think. There's a few other things going on that are interesting. We found this like luminol. We used this luminol thing and a blacklight to check for like handprints and what have you. And apparently there's been a lot of bizarre stuff happening with that painting, as we can see here. Don't know what that's about just yet, though. We also have Selden, a criminal who apparently died of natural causes in prison. Ooh. And it didn't really hit me when I saw this before, but I did notice when I saw this before that the name Selden is taken from a character from The Hound of the Baskervilles. But I didn't actually say that out loud, I don't think. But it's probably gonna, like whatever this is referencing is probably gonna turn out to be more significant than I first anticipated, because The Hound of the Baskervilles was like the forbidden manuscript that Sherlock Holmes didn't want the little lolly girl to publish in the first part of this. And we still don't know why that is. There's also this. Shows Mr. Gardup together with a young dude who I'm pretty sure we've seen this guy's face before too. It's somebody to do with the woman who like got stabbed by a falling knife in the first game and who got sent to the hospital and who actually woke up in this timeline. And we still don't know all the details about that, so I have to imagine that we'll find out at some point or another, but yeah, I'm not really seeing anything more to talk about in this room, so... or to examine in this room, I guess I should say. So maybe we just go somewhere else. Let's see here. I feel like we've been here, and... I think we started in these two rooms, in Rohodo's legal consultancy and Sholmes' suite. And I think we came here already. Let's see if there's anything else for us to examine here, though. So I think there's something around here. Let's see, I think it's this, yeah. Here's a picture of that guy that's also in the photograph that we found. And we found that stuff, I'm pretty sure, the photograph and the newspaper clipping. And I think one other thing, like under the floorboards in the dude's room, which is where Gregson was kneeling down in the previous scene. yeah, we still don't know who that is. We haven't really heard any details. Oh, it occurs to me though that I think that because we've already checked this this area. A different area that I don't think we did check yet in this part of the investigation was Gary Dev's room after we found that photograph, so that's probably what we're gonna have to go do now. Briar Road, or Gary Dev's room, or prison. I don't know if there's gonna be anything divine in Briar Road, let's just go here. Like, I don't want to check every single thing. At least every single thing in every single room if I don't have to. Oh, he appears to be out. Well, is there anything left for me to check? And the, yep, apparently there is. We can look at all this stuff in this room again when Gary Dev isn't around. Or not, never mind. Guess it just gives a uniform response for any one thing that we try to check if he's not present. Alright, well, I guess we will have to go somewhere else in, like, Briar Road. Have we been to Briar Road yet in this part of the investigation? I don't think we have, no. Or else that didn't show up, but also, doesn't seem like there's probably gonna be that much more to look at that we haven't looked at yet. Is there anything on the other side of the street? There's the snowman. That we have looked at. Well, have we been to the prison yet? I guess we can talk to Sasuke either. The question is, would we want to right now? I guess we probably would. This is how the introduction is gonna go. I am a cat. That is indeed the book that he wrote that apparently made him super famous, but I don't know who Mr. Anatomy is, or Herlock Sholmes. Don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am, just a cat. You know, I've had that book on my shelf for a few years now, but I never actually checked it out yet. Maybe I should have done that before I started playing this part, but oh well. What is your name, Lim? As yet I have no name. Now he's got his freaky, like, screw top eyes. I don't know what's going on with those. I am not a cat. I mean, we still have plenty to find out about what's going on here, but the Reaper is omnipresent, except for... I was gonna say, except for that one time that the person that he was prosecuting didn't actually get found guilty, but... and nothing happened to him, but... Did that happen? Well, I guess it wouldn't have happened yet at all at this point in the timeline anyway. But I'm trying to remember if that actually did happen at the end of part 1, because who was the defendant there? It was Lestrade, yeah, the little street urchin, teen girl version of Lestrade. If anything is gonna happen to her, we don't know that yet, because we haven't been to that point in the timeline yet. Not sure, let's have a chat. Some experience of my life, except for maybe 1 or 2 more. To be perfectly honest, that kind of awkward and brusque honesty reminds me of probably the way that I would say this kind of thing. I mean, you just can hear the way that I talk on these streams already. I don't need to make allusions to that, probably. It's kind of self-evident. I'm positive that I have proven that, at least a few occasions, but still feel inclined to comment on it. Drink tea while it's hot. Oh yeah, that was like an actual detail that we needed to keep track of. The fact that apparently they both completely finished off the tea that was served at the start of that meeting. Like, immediately. Which kind of leaves the question of why there was a tea ring in one of the teacups, but maybe we can present that to him and see what he has to say about that. Yeah, let him know what about the soap. What about the soap scheme, I guess? He maybe also wanted to take advantage of that. And Capital Offender, I feel like we heard about that a little bit, but didn't get all the details. Or maybe, no. Actually, yeah, maybe it was the... God, I really don't remember, but I think that maybe that guy that showed up in 2 pictures, like the painter guy, was the one that was like the previous occupant of the apartment that Tosuke has now, and I guess he must have been the one that died, but let's see. Does he have anything to say about the 2 teacups, one of which has a tea ring? No, this just looks like the generic response. What about this man's? Have you seen this man's? Nope. So maybe not. And, you know, just in case, let's see if we get a... I kind of feel like I should see if we can get a response out of anything that's on this page. Looks like... nothing I would at least want to know. But I get the feeling the answer is gonna be no. Is this a capital offender? Okay. I guess he does respond to this thing. So he knew, did he? But this man, Selden. Convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. Okay, so it wasn't the painting guy that died there, I guess, even though it says that... Doesn't the clipping say that he died in prison, so it would kind of contradict the idea that he died in the apartment? Or did they both die in the apartment, both Selden and the painter guy? Maybe that's the implication here. Yeah, I for one want to find out. Because, you know, spoilers for like a 150-year-old book. Selden was like a killer or an escaped killer that was a character in Hound of the Baskervilles, but he wasn't actually the villain of that story. And he actually died during the course of that story, thanks to like the actual villain, what he was doing, so... That's probably gonna play into this in some kind of a way. I mean, maybe not quite 150 years old, but I feel like it's around that wheelhouse. Hound of the Baskervilles, yeah, it's probably closer to like 1900s, 1910s, maybe 1890s, something like that. 1900 sounds about right though, so definitely more than 100 years old anyway. I was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garrett's house. Wait, hold on, what did he say right before that? That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. So he lived there, and then the painter guy, and then him. And he died in prison before his sentence could be carried out, and that was 3 months ago, and that's when the curse started. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Maybe he was also using the gas racket, and he didn't check the piping properly, and he ended up dying of gas poisoning. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Even though I have no idea of any of the details of that yet. Visual cause of death was asphyxia. Oh my god, did I actually guess what happened? The room was full of gas. Did I actually guess what happened? Well, I guess it wouldn't have been like a secret death if they actually knew what the cause was right away. Well, they found that out after I signed the lease. So one person that didn't die in the room cursed the room after he died somewhere else, and then somebody else did die in the room. And that was the least luckily legal. Nightmares of death, they come for me and try to suffocate me. The room is cold as ice. London winter's article to wear without any heating on overnight. For some reason, even though I light the stove before climbing to bed at night, pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. Ooh. I mean, could that be because, like, the other two apartments draw on the gas at the same time, and that's apparently the same, yeah. It apparently leads to the gas flow dimming in the other rooms or something. I'm pretty sure that we heard about that before. Well, do we have anything more to say about that? I guess not, but maybe now that we've done that, we can go back to the hospital. See if there's anything at all that's changed. And then we can go back to the fucking Gary Deb's room and see if this guy has come back yet, which I would expect him to at this point, since we've just had that conversation. Also, apparently heavy furniture is being moved. Fit my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. I'll try to do this. I don't remember if he was one of the jury in the last version of the trial. I think he might have been. It's either him or his wife that actually ended up being the jury in... I don't remember. I think that it was initially his wife that was like a jury member in case 4 of the first part, which was like the prelude to what this case is right now. And then during the final case of the first part, he was a jury member as well. Or he was it was either that or he was a witness, I don't remember, but he was involved with that at some point, but I can't remember if he has been a jury member in this particular case right now yet. I guess we'll find out. I'm pretty sure that when we get into court again, the jury members will be the same as in the first half of the case. Come on, he's here. Has he been following us around, or is he just like subtly insinuating himself into this conversation here? And speaking of hauntings, we have a few things to talk about. Let's just go with the regular conversations, I guess, to start. I'm fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor, chap of questionable character, eh? I guess so. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about the other guy too, presumably the guy that was the first occupant of the room after the convict. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the last 2 people that he mentioned here didn't actually die, though. But they were met with some pretty unfortunate circumstances, yeah. I don't think any of the other floors other in this house or in this building, other than this one where this guy lives, even have the fireplace. There's no bathroom toilet included and no fireplace either. Well, there's gotta be a bathroom toilet somewhere in the building, I would expect, maybe. Any mishaps or such like? Also, I'm pretty sure that's a repeated piece of dialogue from the topic that you did right before that. Mr. Natsumi is in no way fishy. Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like fishy, particularly as an adjective, fits him particularly well, given his cat persona. Took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away. I don't remember if he actually had heard about that before. Are all of these stars gonna line up somehow? Because I'm pretty sure that the convict guy was taken away from the prison, or taken away to prison from the apartment 3 months ago too, something like that. Either that or he died in prison 3 months ago. So there's gotta be some reason for the timelines lining up, I would say. Was that Selden's counter list? As it happens. Do they have some kind of connection? You gotta be like, you know, spoilers again for like 100-plus-year-old novel. Like in the original Hand of the Baskerville story, how Selden had a relative who was helping him stay hidden in the novel setting. Wait, what? Hold on. I need to reread that for a moment. Passed away in the clink 3 months ago. Okay, so he died in prison 3 months ago. And it was only 3 days after that that the tragedian showed his face. Okay. Smallest world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor. Offered erewhile for rent, so I guess Sojiki lives on the bottom floor. Doesn't he? No, I'm pretty sure this dude lives on the bottom floor, or else the soap thing that can be seen out from the street wouldn't make sense. Would he have a lodger on the middle floor? Okay, so he wanted to take the middle floor. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. So he definitely wanted to take the middle floor. I don't think that we had heard about that until now. It's gotta have some significance, surely. Looks like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Keeping my robe put on my crown, I have immortal longings in me. Shakespeare, my dear fellow. I don't remember that particular line. But then again, I feel like I wasn't nearly as drawn to most of what Shakespeare wrote as a lot of people seem to be. I mean, Hamlet was kind of cool. Julius Caesar was kind of alright. I don't remember much more than that, to be perfectly frank with you. Wasn't the biggest fan of, like... crap. I can't actually remember anything else that I actually did check out. Oh well, anyway. In other news... Duncan Ross was this guy's name. Have we heard that before? I feel like Duncan Ross is the name of like an actual person. Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot just for kicks, really. Oh boy. And yeah, figures that he would have been the guy before Natsume, who died in mysterious circumstances in the same room. Presumably those mysterious circumstances having been just choking to death on gas poisoning. We could hear more about him, but before we do that, let me see if he responds at all to the Selden newspaper thing, since he did seem to know about that. And tell us about that already, but nope, apparently he doesn't want to talk about that specifically. How about the bizarre handprints on this painting on the wall? Nope. How about the gas thing, the gas meter? We have one of these up in the top floor, maybe. An Altamont gas meter. Decent fireplace in here, so no need for a gas stove, but there's nothing better than a gas lamp for reading in bed, so we would think. Not to mention that the gas supply to his room kept failing. Apparently this guy knew about it. He couldn't find a thing wrong. Well, something must have been going on. And yeah, I guess we finally got clarification on the fact that he found that he was out of breath because he was literally choking on gas that was spilling out into his room after the pilot light went out. Let's see. Anything else that I would want to show him before we go to the other conversation topic? I guess not. Now let's hear about this guy. But attending art school, had to work to pay for it. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after the criminal was arrested. History of cheap rent, maybe. So he didn't actually know about the gas asphyxiation situation until that happened. Once we got inside, we all boldly collapsed because of the gas. Ooh. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed, but he didn't wake up while that was happening, unlike Suzuki. Even after he had all that work done, Natsume saying the same thing. Or at least he wakes up in the middle of the night. But apparently it's the convict's curse that we're blaming this on. Have the little tracks I have to find. Something else get deleted? Was it all from like the same game, or something happened? We got 71 hours worked, 4 days in. Man. Let me tell you, I've heard some, like, very unfortunate stories about what's apparently happening right now. Heard of a friend who's apparently got another friend who lives in somewhere called a place that apparently got hit really bad with flooding. And apparently got stuck in their house with a bunch of pets. And now they don't know how that situation's gonna go, so that sucks. That really sucks, actually. The night before Duncan perished, he'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Does that mean that you found it and took it upon yourself to archive that, maybe? Tired of eating frozen meals and ramen? Yeah. I mean, I would imagine that if I were in a situation like that, the main thing that I would want is, other than enough food, would be maybe some, if I didn't have internet, which I guess is potentially not a problem since we're talking right now. But if I had to spend like long periods of time, just kind of that I had to pass by myself, probably just a few good books. My most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Should we be reading this? Yeah, apparently Susan was the only one who's thought of this this point. Didn't address it though. Oh, I guess they're not reading out the whole thing. No means of delivering the thing, rather sad really, even though I'm pretty sure that we already know who that was probably meant for. Intended recipient's address is missing, however. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. I guess we're not gonna read out the rest of that letter. Just those details. And this. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green, who, as it happens, we know exactly who that is and where that person is. Is it just chance? Well, I mean, if that dude lived here in this house, that could maybe explain why she came to the street and happened to get stabbed in the back by a folding knife in the previous game. I suppose we're done here, though. I guess we better just go straight over to the hospital again. And maybe this time we'll actually have some things to talk about. Unless she's just not here. I'll have to be discharged at last, but does it mean that she's not actually here? Oh no, she is. Yeah, there's that. What's going on with you? Getting my things together and also apparently about to drink out of this blue bottle. Surely there wouldn't be anything, yeah, anything dodgy in there. Yeah, before we do anything, let me just go ahead and save, because I think that we're about to get to the point where, if I recall the thing that I read about before very vaguely, this might be like our only chance to examine this thing before something happens to it. The bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. Perhaps it's very bitter. I feel like we're about to find out what the actual deal is with that thing, though. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea. And apparently that was that was what we needed to hear, that little medical anecdote from Ryunosuke, since that apparently gave me the achievement just now. Achievement that less than 10% of players have found so far, according to the Steam numbers. But yeah, it's like the only meme thing that we needed to do in this case, it seems. And the card. I mean, should we be prying into this stuff quite yet? Before we actually talk to the... I guess we already have. I guess we've completed what we needed to do as far as examining this stuff. Shall we have a chat? Shall I present her with my armband again? I don't remember if I've tried this before. Apparently it's all one game that got removed. Not game. You know, speaking of games that have gotten removed, I'm the YouTube channel that I use for uploads, I was looking at that just a couple days ago. And I found it very surprising that apparently the video that I have on there with the most views is from a Nier Automata song that I uploaded specifically because I wanted a shorter loop of that song to be available. But for some reason that one has been up there for a while and it hasn't gotten hit with anything. Despite the fact that pretty much the only track that I put on there that actually got hit with like removal before was the FF14 remix of Weight of the World from Nier Automata. For some bizarre reason. And yet that one is fine. That one being Bipolar Nightmare with vocals. but yeah, it doesn't look like that had any reaction. It was Ruiner. I feel like I probably wouldn't be familiar enough with Ruiner to gauge whether or not it would be expected for that game to get that kind of strike with any kind of regularity. I don't know. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. And challenge results announcement from Pikmin was a track I kept getting strikes on, but someone finally got it to stick. Well, I guess that means that that was from a number of channels, not just like your own attempts at uploading. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like most of the times that I noticed that game OST uploads have gotten taken down, if I look at like pretty old playlists of mine. I think the only problem that I had like that recently was with Neo 2E uploads that I had referenced for a playlist. And then apparently all of those were taken down except for ones from one channel in particular. I guess it kind of looks like the ones that use actual gameplay footage instead of just a still image have a slightly higher chance of actually staying up, but let's see, does she react to this photograph? And why Nintendo is intent with removing that one drop from Pikmin? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Nintendo stuff, first party, typically hasn't given me that much trouble when it comes to being picked up by copyright robots, even for like minor things, but I don't know, it's kind of a puzzle. Why does any of that matter, really? Oh goodness. Why is that a bottle of medicine? You know, I was kind of half expecting that when that bottle fell over, the mouse was kind of like run over to it and like start slurping it and then keel over dead. How do you know about Duncan? Well, that's honestly a pretty good question. I was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. I was working to fund his studies, dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And then he went and choked to death on a gas leak. They were engaged to be married, actually. That's what led to, well, him dying. The worst but cheapest wrong in the entire East End. And then that occurred. Well, apparently she can't leave yet. Well, this guy decides to hop in. Detectives' insistence is an ex post facto modus operandi. Might solve a case after it's happened instead of preventing a case before it happens. Well, I mean, have you seen the, I was about to say, have you seen the movie Minority Report, but it's more like, have you read the short story, The Minority Report? Yeah, really not a great idea to try and pursue stuff like that. Oh, and also, I think the mouse did run over to the thing and die. Just happened off camera. Just can barely see that before the thing behind the dialogue box there. So what, are we talking more, or are we now examining the dead mouse? Maybe now we can examine this again and get some kind of different result from that. And also examine the picture of this dude again. If we're gonna get the close-up again, but guess not. Well, let's look at the obvious at last. Guess we don't really have anything more to look at here. That mouse seems to be dead. Perhaps he drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. I mean, I guess it could just be a case of certain strong substances being toxic to some creatures while they're fine for others, but... like you should never feed chocolate to a dog. Or raisins, for that matter. But it must have contained a powerful poison. Again, could all be said to be relative, and it would make sense. Depending on what it is. Are you intending to go the same way as that rodent? Or are you trying to kill yourself right here in the hospital room? Well, perhaps now we can actually have a chat about this. Let's talk about the card first, though, I guess, since that was the first topic to come up. Either the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card, but I definitely recognize the shape of that envelope, though. Which would imply that whatever that envelope is was actually opened in Shakespeare's room. Information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 PM on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance, so... I guess that was the reason why she ended up going there. Yeah. You were stabbed by the falling knife. I mean, it's presumed that, based on how that case was resolved, that, you know, the knife being there wasn't actually intentional, but... Maybe there's a bit more to... something that maybe would have taken place if that hadn't happened. I guess it's what we're trying to build up to. I get the feeling that we're gonna go to this bar and see what the deal is. Also, what about your suicide? Want to have a talk? In a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight's been lifted. Always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I slung this out when he wasn't looking. Well, I guess we did, I'm pretty sure we did comment on how weird it is to have all the medicine stored right there at the patient's reach. Conspicuously lacks a label. Stop the pain. Boy. Well, I'm pretty sure that's not the only bottle of poison you can find. Been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison and I'm still here. I wonder what that means. Perhaps I am indestructible. That's the end. I'm pretty sure we just ended up finding out about quite a few more questions that we didn't actually have answered. Yeah, we learned about a few things, but the case is definitely not resolved yet. The analysis of the tea. Oh yeah, I guess that's something else that's... Well, thanks for reminding me, was actually relevant and was pending. Because I'm pretty sure that he had ended up using, well, Shamster had ended up using the tea to make some of the liquid coins. Frozen coins, so they actually had some tea preserve that they could test. Alright. I mean, it did take us a hot minute to get here, so I would like to presume that trial part 2 will be the conclusion of this case, or at least trial day 2. I mean, a reminder of the first Ace Attorney game, where I'm pretty sure the longest cases had 3 days of investigation and 3 days of trial, but I don't even remember if they were, like, that long. Total extreme close-up again. Suffering Sasuke is selfishly sidelined. We happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here, but I mean... What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? Seems somehow different today. That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death, or such like. And apparently that didn't quite pan out as planned, as expected. Not even been in Great Britain a week yet here, I suppose. Time has been moving pretty quickly in this part of the timeline with all that's happened. What sort of decision have we? Oh dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. Boy. Clear message gives that he's overslept again. Suppose it's not entirely unexpected. But now that the trial's going to actually begin, maybe. I believe it's time for me to take a drink. It's been quite a bit since I've done that, and I believe that it's Classic. I keep the ice at the top of the glass for so long that it just becomes heterogenized from the rest of the drink. I have to stir in the very thought. Let's see. Now, I guess in this particular occasion, the jury does not actually include either of the Gary Debs. I mean, it wouldn't include the Gary Deb wife, regardless, because of what happened before this point in the timeline, anyway. Black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Come on, bro. Allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. And apparently they just have Gregson do all this for me. One of our stopped just outside the victim's window in the snow. There was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on top of it. Brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it, so I suppose that's a proof that we needed to show that the tea that the defendant brought here wasn't laced. Which is what we were hoping to prove, so that still leaves the question of how the strychnine was drunk by the victim. Or just consumed by the victim.
Objection!
What logic is that? Well, what you talking about? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? I think that's a complete false positive. False equivalence, I mean. Peter was a precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare. And the prosecution now calls back to the stands, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that the amount of fucking tea that you can have in a thermos or whatever is substantially less and more concentrated than the amount of liquid that you could have in a river. Victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. And also, yeah, was running the gas racket. On me smile and be a villain. Forsooth 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given. That kinda rhymes. Oh hey Lambda, how's it going? All that about the ice coins, I tied a secret, didn't you? Should have owned up sooner. And maybe other people would have been able to take advantage of that, and then somebody else would have slipped up, and the gas company would have found out about it sooner. Acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Well, I mean, cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. Well, that's an understatement, but... just lurking, that's alright. Always appreciate the lurk. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room, as we found out. I guess we're about to come up with an excuse for that, though. Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison, whilst feigning destruction in our debate. There did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. I mean, didn't he say that all of the tea was drank before that started? When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my kinds of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. What? Okay, so now he's saying that one of the cups had poison, but the other didn't, which doesn't really make sense if you say that the poison had to have come from the tea itself. In my experience, well, I'm pretty sure that we can already come up with a contradiction for that if we look at the cups. There's no tea ring on the inside of Natama's cup, or at least so we believed. I guess we're about to hear that. Yeah, but sure that's probably gonna have to be the first thing we bring up, and then it's gonna be like, no, that was actually my cup. You have no proof and all that stuff, but might as well go through the motions and see where that takes us. Stradrai Shamspeare be a common thief of gas. But let me do the Grimsby Roylott meme again. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have not to lose. I mean, since I guess technically he's already kinda had to own up to the whole gas racket thing. This does in fact not necessarily seem related to that, but maybe we're gonna find something out in regards to that. Well, let's do the process and see what we can learn. If we need to learn anything, we might not have to. Sounds, sir. Oh. Early on, in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew. A drop of poison did barbed sweetness as the thorn doth barbed sweet rose. Gross grubbery. Out did pass my lips with the tainted black tea. Poison was not in the tea at first. I guess we're just... or at least the prosecution is just relying on that at this point. My cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured is in my cup alone. That the poison was poured. But yeah, was this witnessed? But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Well, or would I die quenched and parched, would I have the choice? So what? Is he saying that he did see it or that he didn't see it? I'm still a little torn up on that. And the water main was frozen. But this had more than one brush with death, the learning question. Oh. And then there's this. Never did a drop of his own drink past his lips, which... I mean, that would beg the question of why his cup was empty and with no tearing, but... Does he have anything else to say about that? It was found completely empty at the scene. And yeah, drink tea while it's hot. In my agony did I writhe uncontrolled. It's a pain that I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilled as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. I'm pretty sure that there would still be some trace of the tea left in the cup. That's how it had happened. Something about the statement troubles me. Oh yeah, I guess if we assume that one of the... yeah, well, there's not that, but... if we assume that if one of the cups was emptied to make the frozen coins, and the other was knocked over, then neither of the cups would have had reason to have a tearing. It's probably a contradiction. Go through the color text here. I mean, I feel like I hadn't really noticed since I don't think I use it all that much myself, but at least not for quite a while. But I do recall seeing that before that. I guess it's just italics now instead of color text. Seemed to be the wise choice, well. Dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? Well, I mean... But to say I have nowhere to run nor to hide. What wouldst thou do with this pitiable player? Well... I guess I was just reiterating after all. I'm surprised that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. Hold it! And how about that? I guess he's saying that he drank from his own cup, but he also... Didn't he say before that he knocked over the... I don't know, it seems like there's more inconsistencies here than we actually are able to point out, but it still feels like it's fairly obvious what we do have to do. Lurk, lurk, there you go. Is that still very much the cheapo option for what you can do with them channel points? Okay, there we go. Shall be privy to some Shakespearean window? Wisdom. Husband, wife, and tea ought I tepid be? I don't know about that. But yeah. Let me see, we got the middle statement, I think. Never did a drop of his own drink past his lips, which I think was the first one that caught my eye as being probably incorrect, or at least one that could be easily countered with the tearing evidence, but let's see. Could be either this one or this one. What if I try this one to start? Let's see. There's no tearing on the inside of Mr. Notchman's cup, but there is a tearing on the inside of the other one, which I get to believe that. And the fact that there is a tearing there at all is direct counter to at least some part of this testimony. But let's see. I guess this is the correct one. Shop logic. What is this? Ye dark eclad fiend. Is eclad an actual word? I feel like I need to look into this right now, actually. Ooh. Also, I just got 2 notifications on my screen for some reason. At a time when I usually don't get any, but yeah. If I look up eclad with a Y. Oh yeah, apparently eclad is in fact a word. 4950. No, wait, never mind, that's a different thing. There are 8 instances here. Well, eclad is just like saying clad without the Y, but fancier, I guess, or archaic. Two tickets from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Clear difference between them. The fact that one of them has a tearing, so I think the main difference between what we see here and what he just said is the fact that there's a ring in one of them. Mr. Anatomus Cup has no such ring. Drink tea while it's hot here. I guess pretty much the only explanation if there was tea in the cup at any point for why there wouldn't be a ring is if it was just taken out right away. The nunnery. Oh. Sure, that's the exact same thing that he said to the meter drone guy before, but I suppose that bears repeating as another kind of on the nose Shakespeare quote. Hey, what? Are we having a Godot moment right here? Fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. It's not quite the same as the 17 cups that Godot drinks during a trial, but it distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Illustrate the fickleness of human memory. William Shakespeare. I guess he's gonna magically come up with another excuse now. Well, you previously stated that you made coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? Like that had vanished from your memory until now. Really? A teapot? I don't remember a teapot though. I'm pretty sure that whatever container the tea was actually brought in was taken back by Sasuke to his own room afterwards, but when I looked, it was empty. How did I use the drugs that festered in the teapot as my leech did suggest? Which, none of this really makes sense. I would say, can we at least examine this teapot, because I don't remember that even being in the court record. Spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this course. This court. The poisoned one? I guess that makes sense, but that's assuming that the teapot had existed. Still not convinced of that. After I did that at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips with the black tea given me by the Japanese whose back bestowed the slowest death. Broth has what to be called soup, and a leaf has what to be called salad. The insalubrious a menu as the establishment rate was served. Well, but the gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment is infit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray you wise and noble fellows never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. We're gonna have to do a summation examination again. Already. You all know the wave there was making quite of ice to keep himself warm. This lawyer's lad says he was stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? Been leading us up the garden path. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time and we won't be swayed from it.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Well, it did kind of happen there. I do find it kind of funny how in this engine, something like animation stutters can cause the flames to go out of sync, out of rhythm, so they just kind of lump together sometimes. But well, here we go again. I mean, we've done this like 3 times already with this occasion, haven't we? Trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Well, this would be the 3rd time, per the way that stuff has proceeded according to the timeline. Unless I'm very much mistaken, which I don't believe I am. Which shouldn't really be that surprising. And consider all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. Gas is far too expensive. Can't quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Oh boy. She's gonna be pitted against the gas company owner, isn't she? Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliberate around the city and maintain the pipes. The tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Nothing else past the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? I suppose that's probably something else we're gonna have to... I mean, he did say he drank soup, didn't he? Just to say the soup wasn't poisoned, I guess. I'm pretty sure that the name of the place that he said he had dinner at is not the same as the place that the... here's a letter calling the woman in the hospital to the street, to that, like that letter that she got said to go to a specific place. I'm pretty sure it's not the same, that didn't have the same name that the place that this guy said he had dinner at, so I'm just kind of wondering if that's gonna end up being linked somehow. Like, we poisoned this dude, but it was actually meant for that woman that was supposed to come here or something. Which wouldn't really make any sense. You just kind of laid out just like that, but... Well, you never know, I would say. Let's just get the extra information from pressing and see where that takes us here. Have we seen all the evidence? It's all pointing me to that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the English man with a bigger mustache. Let's hear about these gas grievances. Think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? Well, you see. Oh boy, hold on. Okay, I wondered if maybe somebody else was gonna be reacting to that, but it's one of the sound effects that I heard just now wasn't actually in relation to that. Precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Him stealing gas even though he wasn't the one that she's talking about wasn't the one that was stealing gas. And this guy also thinks that gas is dangerous. Which I mean is technically true. Take poison over gas anytime. Well, poison can only poison you, it doesn't explode, does it? Or, I mean, depending on what it is, I'm pretty sure that some combustible material could also poison you. You consume it. Someone like user company's legal representative. Well, I mean, if it's extra money, who's to say you can't use it? What does she have to say? It's like 3 people in a row that are talking about gas and not actually what's being discussed here. There's an all-out attack underway here in case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? Well, real explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Well, we have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis. Can we hear more about that? Other gas companies, of course. Well, generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square. There are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. And, I mean, yeah, how does that work? You steal our gas and sell that somehow. These devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert gas into their own rotten pipes. And they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks, and apparently this guy has something to say about that.
Excuse me.
What could that be? well-known gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. Need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property. Well, I guess that was at least mostly forward. You know what he did? Why? Proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. It was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. Well, let's hear what this is about. Unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. There's gas in the pipes and it's a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. If you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. I mean, even if this is public knowledge, it's not like the people who are doing this can countermand that, can they? Trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. Blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened. Well, can I? That didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house, all at once, I guess. By disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Oh boy. Does that mean that we're gonna end up accusing Champspear of having killed the Argus guy before by doing that? Hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Did she say anything different now? Well, I guess not. Well, that can be used to directly contradict something that anybody else is saying, but... Oh, whoops. This guy's getting poisoned tea from his wife. It's always days like this when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see how you're doing it. She gets a devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. Was brought up proper I was. Someone gives you a cup while you drink it. So what happens? He was god-awful. Salty as hell, though. That means it was probably just salt. But you can kind of see coming then, yeah. From when he first mentions that detail. Nothing else past the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? Well, see, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that there is something else that might have been said to have done that, but I don't know if we're going to be able to bring that up. Yeah, there is that. This is technically the most, probably the most relevant statement out of all of these. Selective hearing. Something we might have forgotten. Watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something else. I mean, I've been doing that. No, I'm pretty sure we know exactly what we're doing here. Mechanics-wise. Let's see. Try too expensive. But how do you extinguish everything in the house and then you're in real trouble? I guess one thing that I can think of to keep getting more information is to press this. And also press the drawer number 4 again and not do the listen that time. But on different floors. All floors are gonna do the same pipe after all. That's something we like to publicize, to be honest, but I mean... You wouldn't ordinarily be blowing into an exposed pipe normally, would you? Has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers, even. And yeah, we know of a situation that's very much related to that. So what happens if we press this again? Will we get the exact same dialogue as before? It seems that's a yes, yeah. It's so far. We hear about the other gas companies. It's happening all the time. Very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. And... I guess this happens if we just let her go on too long. Okay. I guess in light of this, we probably need to link this statement to something else, but what would it be? Maybe we need to, like, re-examine the other statements that we already heard after that one came to light, but... If we just try to do the pit thing immediately, can we find something that's directly related to that? Extinguish everything in the house... There's also... There could have been poisoned with gas, but that wouldn't account for the strychnine going into his body, but at least try this. If that does anything. But I guess this is what we're going with after all. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Anatomist T did, in a manner of speaking, past the victim's lips on the... Oh. Did he blow into the... What? Would he have blown into the pipe in that particular night for some reason? I mean, why would he have done that, though? The police checked the mouth of the gas pipe, fleeing the wall light at this... hold on. Is that what this thing is related to? Oh, yeah, it probably is. The reason all these handprints were there is because he was blowing into this thing. That lamp pipe attachment, but why? A piece of work is a man. What speakest thou? Pretty is it not strange and strange? There's what I say to thee, sir. Strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that fills the wall up into your room, which would be bizarre to begin with, but... Fill his belly with gas full. Perhaps an actress would perform a kiss scene with him. Not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes full. Lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. It'd have to be a contortionist, well. And yet we actually have evidence that he probably did do that. Time to just bring it forward. On multiple occasions, Mr. Shamster has been doing something in front of that lamp in his wall. And yeah, we do have the evidence. And you know, I didn't get from the evidence itself that that lamp was supposed to be hard to reach, but maybe he was like somehow holding onto the wall and boosting himself up to blow into it for a moment. Not sure.
Take that!
Skin prints that were found at the scene. I mean, I think they didn't actually... Like, something like this happened at the end of the first part of the story, part 1, but... They said, like, no, we can't accept this luminal blood, like hemoglobin differentiation method, because it's not made by an actual scientist. So I wonder if they're gonna bring that up again here, or if they're just gonna go for it this time. This one's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating, but... Standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of the pipe, yeah. I still don't understand why he would have blown into the pipe at all, though. Like, to put out the lights somewhere else? Put out the lights on the... I guess he was trying to do the same thing to the... to Sasaki that he presumably did to the dude that was up there before, which begs the question of why he didn't just take the room after that guy kicked the bucket. It happened so fast that he actually had no opportunity. When are you playing through Chrono Cross? Well, soon, trademark symbol is what I would typically say. It's probably not gonna be this week, but it might be next week or something. Depending on whether or not I actually manage to do stuff, quote-unquote, in time. But yeah, it probably will end up being something that I start up sooner than later at this point. Into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker now. Yeah. If you blow hard enough, it'll apparently cause all these lights to go out, and then gas will just start spilling out.
Objection!
This curious photograph is presented by the defense's so-called skin prints here. I don't think he's gonna bring up the whole, no, it can't possibly be accepted in court if it's Sholmes who came up with it. And apparently the judge agrees, just like with the previous example of that we had seen. Really wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation into the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility. So it's not actually proof, so it's like the illegal photograph that's presented in his attorney too, maybe. It's like, no, I never intended to make this an actual evidence submission. Just wanted to show these people this thing, and now that they witnessed it, their minds have been primed for what I'm about to say next. So apparently this was more useful than before this time. As an actual result. Well, that's a 50-50 split again, at least. I think that's possibly quite enough, yeah. Not quite enough to actually get out of this section, but at least we're on our way, kind of. Well, if you only need one more juror, then can we possibly work off of at this point? Gas doesn't come for free. Tea's a little sketchy at times. And we don't know. Okay, I'm pretty sure that we, yeah. We're getting the exact same kind of a interim message here as before, so we better just press them one more time and see if they say anything different. Since you only have half of them left to go over at this point. And so far it seems the same. All the skimprins. Okay, so it does say something different. Hold on. Out of the ordinary. And he had put his mouth to the gas pipe then. Yeah, the poison might have been there, but then also raises the question of how it would have ended up there in the first place, I would say. And I suppose that doesn't actually work as proof that he did it on that particular night, that is true. Oh boy. Can I show that he really did blow the gas pipe in the night in question? I guess we should probably take a look at this before we try and figure that out. I don't think that the gas meter itself would be able to show that, but I mean, there's the stuff that Sasaki would say. What about this picture? Let's see. I doubt this will have any anything visible that will help substantiate that, but I guess it was is that black thing in the background, is that supposed to be the teapot? I'm not sure like what the teapot that was referenced a while ago actually was, but I don't think that there's gonna be anything important there. On 30 AM when he collapsed, or when he actually took poison. That's the kind of thing that always seems kind of a little unclear to me. I'm not sure what I'm doing here, honestly. Let's do this before I do anything. I get the feeling the options are gonna be like one of them is, yeah, I'll show evidence, I can present evidence, I have a supporting testimony. I guess supporting testimony, and we bring up what, whoa, hold on. actually, yeah, what's going on? All of a sudden the... Okay, for some reason my left click didn't seem to work for that one dialogue box, it had to be right click. Raise witness testimony that substantiated the fact that... the fact that... I guess Sasuke had the same problem. It's either him or Gyarados himself, I would say, but I don't see Gyarados himself in the... Oh no, never mind, he's literally right there. Let's try him first, I feel like what he said comes to mind first for me. Talking about the defendant, Mr. Sasuke Natsume himself, yeah, because he says, like, every night I wake up and the stove light has gone out and I'm just choking to death on the gas that's spilling out. Lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, stove went out and somebody tried to kill me. And apparently that part was more or less true. It does seem that he's trying to make the middle floor in that building be unoccupied for whatever reason so he can move into it, but it's still not clear why he wants to move into it. Like, what's special about it? Something to do with Selden, I guess, maybe, since he was the one that occupied that room before. Alright, I guess this one guy's mind being changed was all we needed. So Godman, may I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. Bring from the self-professed detectives who has no place in the British court of law. Well,
Objection!
it would be simple to verify. Just order them out of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's rooms to be examined.
Objection!
We'll recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants were required. Well, if the poison were to have been spread on the pipe, we would need for it to be on in liquid state. I mean, apparently if it's not like that, it's impossible to detect according to this. Use the leaking gas to commit murder, yeah. So I don't know if we're actually gonna do it or how we're gonna do it, but I get the feeling this is gonna end with us somehow showing that he used this method to murder the previous occupant of the middle floor. Well, that would be this guy, the only one that he could aim for. Gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. It couldn't be Gyarados, who's like the only other person occupying the building at that time, so...
Objection!
Hughes is the aggressor here. Okay, so now we can say, well, he clearly didn't, then if he didn't poison him using the tea, he must have put the poison on the pipe. And I mean, that is a valid question, like, if there was poison on the pipe, how did that end up there? But I really don't know what the answer would actually be at this point. Person who put the poison on the gas piping was a clear retaliatory attack. Can only have been the accused. Unless, of course, well, no. Still don't know like what the other possibility would be. I mean, that's true, but I mean, if it were me in that position, I would probably just say, hey, if you're just very quickly running with this story at this point, you're willing to accept it like that, just because it's favorable. When viewed from this perspective, then why were you not working towards it yourself beforehand? I question the validity of your character, but... Somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Shakespeare's room. Name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. Well, Who? Oh god, I don't know. I can only think of like one or two people who it could possibly be, but somehow I don't think that that would either would make a lot of sense. One possible culprit does come to mind. Yeah, I get the feeling that it's gonna turn out to be that one person. Well, let's wait just a moment. The evidence, the poison... Yeah, there is one detail that definitely suggests a link between these two people.
Objection!
Or at least between these two people and the crime scene. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this, but I'm kind of tacitly admitting that I don't approve that that person was. Well, just in case, let me make another paranoia save as usual. But yeah, there's pretty much only one possibility that comes to mind, and that would be as little sense as that makes outwardly when you don't look at the evidence, and even if you look a little bit at the evidence outwardly.
Take that!
I suppose it makes a little bit more sense when you consider a few other things, though. Woman from 6 days ago. The one who ended up with a knife in her back after it fell from the sky. She was left comatose for some 3 days, but she regained consciousness 2 days ago. So yeah, a little bit of a synchrony going on here between when like willful acts were committed and when their effects actually took place, I would say. She had poison. Hold on. Did I misread that for a moment? I did, never mind. I thought I saw something different. There's another fact that links my screen to this case as well. Defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Yeah, I wonder what he's gonna say. Apparently not. Oh yeah, there could also be... I guess that... Yeah, I think some of the evidence that we found before is probably gonna have a different significance from what I first thought it might. One hour should be sufficient. I wonder if we're just gonna have like 2 sections of this day of trial, or if it's gonna be 3 or more. I get the feeling that it will just be 2, but I don't really know like at which rate the resolution of this is going to escalate now that we've come this far. That we've gotten to this point. Jumping jacks. Why do people oversleep? Well, I mean, sleep is nice. Because they sleep, yeah. You can sleep a wink all night, so, I mean, technically speaking. My first night I was exhausted and I began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Honestly, relatable. Good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Do you remember this? Oh yeah, the bottle of poison, which I guess is actually going to be a bit more relevant now. It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences did not hinder Sholmes. It contained strychnine. So did she actually, like, steal strychnine from the hospital while she was staying there and then go do this and then afterwards go... I don't know. I don't know where the strychnine that actually ended up poisoning Shamspear would have come from initially, I guess. Oh boy. Oh, there he goes. Or not. That convict, really. Looks like that's gonna end up being a little bit more relevant than we thought. Selvin. Went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's somebody in there that caught my eye. What could it be this time? Talking is actually being helpful all of a sudden. That seems kind of uncharacteristic. Especially considering where we are in the timeline. They include a newspaper cutting. And stuff is being rearranged. I guess we can't quite look at it yet. I'll look at it in just a minute. You're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion, so this is the... I think probably the closest that this series has ever come to actually having discovery law, which is kind of an important thing in real life, you know, but... Yeah, I'm telling you ahead of time what all the evidence is, not because I'm obligated to, but because I want to be nice, even though the former is always the reason in actual law. This is going to be the final battle. So I guess that might be a kind of preemptive assumption that we're not in fact going to have a part 3 to this trial. Before we do anything else though, let me take a quick look at here and let's look through the cell file, I guess. See what else we can learn about this guy. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate, who we don't know who that is, but I get the feeling that we will find out at some point. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden. Strangeways prison. I don't know if that's like supposed to be like a name change for a different prison that actually might have been referenced in Hound of the Baskervilles, but I mean, heck, if I can't remember that detail. Yeah, we don't know who the cellmate is, but I get the feeling we might find out. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, and he stole £1,000 worth of loot. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honourable British Prosecutor. Well, do we have the witness ready now? How could this possibly go? I mean, I get the feeling that we're gonna have to end up proving 2 different things, like I said. That she was the one who killed, or at least set up the poison. She didn't actually manage to kill him, but she set up the poison to affect this dude, but he was also the one who ended up killing her fiancé before. And be a tragic victim to be pitied, though. Currently unemployed, in other words. A fledgling artist? Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. Hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, but might be a student. How it is that, well, he said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon, and what does she have to say in relation to that, I mean? Don't know anything about any poisoning, she says. With a straight face, and I don't know anything about this man. Die to live. Verily I not know, no not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Even though that's just her clothes. Hardly ever go to the East End anyway. Even though we know that she would have at least a reason in recent history to do that. Better spend worrying about random knife attacks. Well, you probably say that about most people. Random knife attacks are a real problem, you know? The incident 6 days ago. I mean, the incident 6 days ago would have just been when she was stabbed by the falling knife. And I'm pretty sure that in part 1, we technically did witness both Shakespeare and the Meter Man guy. But they were only there for like 2 seconds and didn't actually have a bearing on that part of the case, at least. But at least their existence was foreshadowed, I guess. It was 6 days ago at about 5 PM. I was walking along in the snow and I was suddenly stabbed in the back. I happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodging. It's time to paint my cheek. But at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper. But the first time I'd been in the area, I had a little matter to attend to that, so admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Only better hear more about what she was doing there, I guess. Evening of 17th February. Let's see. I guess we might as well go through the motions as usual and just press all of these. Coincidentally happened to be just outside that house. Couldn't have been any other reason. Okay, now we start asking about what she was actually doing there. Art school you attend. It's called the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. It's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. And apparently near where she lives. So yeah, if she had been in the East End, it would have been related to that, presumably. Thought it might make a nice picture. Okay, so she's just being avoidant now. I mean, to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Quaint would have been a less grating term. Well, I mean, might as well be honest. If you care about something silly like realism, might Might as well be completely forthright about it. There's a tavern on the evening which now speaks for an bespoke my supper, yeah. And were you by yourself, perhaps? And you say it was the slug and salad Racketeer. Okay, so that name does come up again when this part comes up. There's a jewel in the East End, so maybe she didn't actually. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder exactly how this actually happened. I definitely already have a more or less clear idea of what actually happened, but need to get the details still. Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man, but not even a crumb of bread in his room. Well, premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness, really. Why would you want water with literally any cloudiness, though, is what I would ask. It's just water. I would have expected grubs grubbing in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Well, apparently that is, in fact, yeah. That is where he has been dining more recently, as he said. Equally appetizing. There's water in a different pot for once. Just water, though. I mean, I don't know how different this would be from something that's like approximately 130 years in the future, but in my experience, if you go to a pub in London, as long as you actually have something, you can literally just get free water. What happens if you just go into a pub and you just have water, though? Like, well, they charge you for the water. I would presume that probably they would, but I really don't know. I feel like I would rather not try to find out by myself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we can present something that does relate directly to that, but let me go ahead and do a paranoia save. So what we take issue right now is the fact that he doesn't have a good excuse for why he went to that particular pub on that particular day, but I think we might have a suggestion for why he would have done that. I don't know if that part of the evidence is going to be in our archives right now, but I mean, there's this. Because we don't actually know. The rest of the envelope cannot be located, but it was located though. Can't find anything. Hold on. Is there anything at all that? No, I guess not. But yeah, we found the other half of that letter in the hospital room. I don't know why we just forgot about it completely. We also didn't really look at the bottle of poison yet, did we? Let me see what happens if I just try to present this.
Take that!
There are more things in heaven and earth that aren't dreamt of in your philosophy. And yeah, it's from Hamlet. Wide off the mark. I don't think that you want the off that only has one F for that remark. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's actually the precise reason why we want to. Hold on. Let's go back in time. That is the thing that we have to reference to explain why he went there, so I guess not at the moment, but maybe we would be able to come up with that. With that evidence during this testimony, which would be kind of surprising. Considering that the only place that we saw that evidence before would have been in the hospital room. But we didn't actually add it to the court record then. Well, let's press this statement. Maybe now is when we get that evidence. Let's see. Yeah, the card. The card and the poison. Speaking of the poison, let's see if we can't. We can check the poison evidence thing while we're in this flashback background thing. This thing is unlabeled, which was kind of noted as something important before, but there's something at the bottom maybe? goodness. I'm gonna have that, but yeah. I guess pretty much the only thing that we can glean from the bottle itself is the fact that there's some traces of the poison left at the bottom. So not that helpful in itself. At least not yet. That might be important, that detail, at some point or another. Just don't quite know at this point. Information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot about that detail actually, because I think... I mean, would there be somebody else that would have been moving the strings in the background here? I have to wonder.
Excuse me.
So she received a note about how Duncan Ross died, and then I thought she had sent a note to the other guy to get him to go to that pub, and then she would try to poison him there, maybe? Let's see what this guy has to say. And that would have been how she got the poison to him, and how that somehow translated to the poison ending up on the pipe, but I don't know. To be or not to be, that is the question. But it is not random, I know. Okay, we're just doing the most cliche line of all, that whole thing. Okay, gotcha. And yeah, we would have known the name Duncan Ross for certain. Because I'm pretty sure that Gary Depp told us that he got there like literally like one day after Duncan Ross took the apartment or something. So they would have shared the building at the same time. Well, there we go. I guess we did have to press this first so we could get the letter as evidence, even though we already looked at it, and we already knew that it was relevant, but we couldn't actually bring it up in the previous piece of testimony. So maybe we should just go back to that. Let me just... oh wait, no. Before I do anything here, let me go to the court driver, not present right now, but to check this. Contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. The way the envelope is torn, yeah, we know exactly where the other half of the envelope was opened. I think that raises a few questions. I would say the envelope fits perfectly with the torn of piece found at the scene of the crime, which... yeah, if these two say that they don't know each other, it seems to me like one of them must be lying. At least, but it does make the question of how one of those pieces ended up in the crime scene. Let me check the history too. Real quick, because I kind of... my brain blinked when the envelope was actually brought up. Card was mentioned before containing the note to have it upon your person. Okay, so it said, you're gonna meet someone who has information about the death of Duncan Ross. I don't remember which of these statements have the opportunity to present evidence, so let's just go over both of them. We should come to the prompt in time. Probably wasn't this one. Which means it would have been this one, yeah, because it was the one about why he was at that particular tavern. We do have the evidence now. I'm just gonna make another paranoia save in case, for some reason, the state that it's in right now is not good enough. Mainly because of this letter, I guess. Was he the one who sent the letter? Is that what we're playing? I mean, he did seem like he had a reason to be there that particular day, because I thought that something like a note like that had been sent by her to him, but maybe the case was a different one. Maybe he would have actually been the one to. Maybe he would have actually been the one to send it to her and goad her on for some reason, even though that begs the question why, since it doesn't seem like he would have wanted her involved now. That card was delivered to me. Doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, maybe if he was the one who sent it. But that, yeah, if it was only to do with her, that would definitely raise the question of what the torn up piece of the envelope was doing in his room. Another bit of testimony with details about that card, I guess. This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Well, I'm pretty sure we can just contradict that immediately by presenting the torn off piece of envelope. And we might as well do that. Might as well get straight down to business here.
Objection.
Because it's definitely a detail that I myself am curious about. I guess at this point they both would have to come up with an explanation for why that would possibly have ended up there. Under the slogan Salad on Briar Road at 5 PM on the 17th, and that's exactly where you went. So did he write the note? And if so, then my question would remain, why would he have written the note and involved her? How is it that it came to be in your possession? How indeed. I mean, yeah, how did you get it initially? She said that it was delivered to her address, but now we're implying that she broke into that place and stole it. Thou hast what? Thou were in my room. So now his weird Elizabethan parlance is starting to shake off. Curious anomaly regarding the note. I mean, how are they going to explain it away at this point when it seems like they don't know what the other is going on about? As a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. The day you writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. Did see the note had vanished. Oh, no. Thereafter on the evening, which is a separate evening. A more recent one. I did see the note had vanished. Can point out the villain here. For a torn off piece of the envelope, I didn't know anything about it. I mean, I guess that they're pretty much just reiterating what we just suggested. It's inexplicable. Hey, what? It's the fledgling artists, I said, and fledgling artists don't lie, as we all know. Even the fledgling lawyer, well, I mean, technically speaking. So right now we're definitely operating under the assumption that she went into his room. So let's get some information. Deliver it onto me. How? I want to hear a few more details about that myself, but... Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In fact, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Like if the judges be twixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. Well, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern, yet in the end my curiosity was not satiated. On the day written in the rain, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and cell, yet nobody came.
Hold it!
I didn't quite understand why Duncan Ross was brought up during that first statement, but oh well. Even after waiting an hour, nothing happened. I did suddenly recall, though. Was not alone at that night at the slug and salad. It is returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions with me. Flies, sire, flies. Well, the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Well, that's a fairly apt name drop at least. There is perchance from a midsummer night's dream come to taunt me, maybe not. Is there any more important lend to the thought of the note at this point? In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. It would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. And yeah, I mean, her alibi at this point would be that she was in the hospital at that point, but... Seems like we might have some way to possibly contradict that. I wonder. guess she needed to get the note back because the note could possibly implicate her. It's not very clear. I mean, if she did manage to get the note back, why wouldn't she have just burned it immediately, is what I would say, if she had the chance. Which maybe she did. She could have just, like, I don't know, balled it up with some water from the sink and thrown it in the trash, I don't know. Looks like she definitely could have destroyed it.
Objection!
And avoided this unfortunate self-indictment. She had a different reason. Well, I mean, if she broke into the room, then maybe... If you assume that she broke into the room at some point, that would make it more possible that she would have been the one to lace the pipe with the poison, but...
Hold it!
Not really seeing any headway that we can gain just by doing questioning so far. What was that? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Well, how meta are we commenting here? This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. What do you mean aspersions? How dare you, sir? Wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Well... The last to enlighten me, thou must wait so long and in vain. Oh. So I guess we don't really learn anything new that would change the state of the evidence or the state of the statements. Presumably just by going over the testimony and doing presses. Not sure what we have to do now then. Let's see. Let's try and find out. There's a week ago per adventure. No, just leave it down to me. Nobody came. Note had vanished. We probably have to contradict her somehow. Torn out piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it except... I mean, did we just point out that it's a perfect match with the rest of it?
Objection!
Surely that wouldn't be good enough at this point. So that's clearly not it. Anything else at all that we can... Do we have anything else at all that we can bring up? What happens if we, I mean, just to try this as an experimental thing, if we bring up this picture? In this part of the testimony, does it result in anything? Does it result in anything if we bring up that picture in the last part of the testimony? I mean, I guess there is the fact that the envelope does mention Duncan Ross.
Objection!
But this is not it either. Okay, so that's not it. I'm not too sure. Hold on. Let's go back in time before we do anything else. And go over these presses again and see if I can spot anything different. Oh, whoops. Let's deal with this one first, I guess.
Objection!
I don't remember if we've already listened to this part of the statement. Can't revoke when we probably in some other way. Is there no reason why she brought it to his lodgings? Well, I mean, can we do anything here? We have to present something to that statement, I guess. Let's go over this press one more time, too. Which, yeah, also seems to be the same. And now we come to the end. What was the last thing that they said about... Hold on, that last statement press. I think what we can probably glean so far is that we probably have to do something with this statement. Why would she have snuck into that guy's room? So provide a motive for her to have done that, let's see. It's to yet another paranoia save, as I am slowly running out of things to remark upon for this. I mean, there's this. And there's that guy's death case, and I think that there's anything more that we can find out about this thing that we haven't already. I mean, did we present the wrong part of the envelope before? No, we didn't. So that's not it. This is about, yeah, that guy. I mean, do we present this? Surely not. Oh, we do what? Oh. Well, let's go back in time before I do anything, but we're just outright accusing her of having got in there specifically to poison the thing, even though I guess the only real grounds that we'd have to maybe do that is just point out the fact that there is any strychnine in the bottle. Which I guess is what we're going with. Yeah, there is that. There is the odd circumstance of... Actually, hold on. Let me go over that one more time. moment between when the poison was applied and when the poison was actually ingested, I guess. Yeah. And also, would he have used the pipe trick that early? Yeah, but then he got released, and that's when he decided that he needed to once more take steps to try and kill him. So this login sell out at 5 o'clock, and should tell nobody else. So that he would not be at home at the stated time. Oh, I mean, even if he had not been at home, wouldn't there be the possibility of somebody else in the building noticing what the other person was up to? Like a strange person hanging around. Like, how would a strange person even have been able to get into the building at all? Is what I would ask, honestly. But would she have just... She obviously couldn't use the window. I really don't think that's a possibility. Maybe the fiancé would have given her the key before that, or something like that. But even if he had done that, then how would she have been able to break into this guy's room? Because that was a different floor. And yeah, I think that we're about to point out something that's been quite obvious for a while now, for once. I'm forced to assume based on this that we do have him on the character list here.
Take that!
Fiancé. I think this is actually the correct way to spell it if you're talking about a male person. I was gonna say something, but I think that's right. Murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry, yeah. Marry, indeed. That is in fact what I just said. tried on different counts of murder, yeah. We kind of saw this coming a while ago, but only now do we have the dramatic revelation that, yeah. Well, one of them for actual murder and the other one for attempted murder, which is the main one that we're going after at this time. But yeah, sure enough, this dude is calling our bluff by pointing out the one detail that we aren't actually certain of at this time. I feel like I might have something that I can think of that would give this guy a motive, though. I don't intend to admit to anything either. Oh. I'm gonna be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. Well, why don't you broke into the man's room? Well, would be a reason to do that, if not to smear poison in the pipe. Well, to thought I'd have a look around, that's all. I mean, that's still breaking and entering. Trespassing. A rotundity of woman. Well, I could turn the key in the lock, which also does raise a question of, yeah, how she got in there, but I guess it's just coming up with an excuse now. Tell me what, how to unlock the door with some terps, whatever those are, and a piece of wire. I mean, I could do that with some of the locks in my old apartment. With a bobby pin and a fucking broken off pen piece for a torque wrench. I would think that even if they were like the cheap kind, the locks in this time period would have been a bit sturdier than that, though. But I don't know. The empty tin box. When I found it, the box wasn't empty. I was actually trying to remember what the third item that was found in this secret spot was. Okay, so the key is his, and she literally hadn't noticed that she had it around her neck. You inherited it, oh boy. So are we just now learning about something that's somehow going to be more significant in the future? What if it means you can't open something now? I mean, there's a key that he had in that box, also linked to the motive that he had for trying to kill the people in the middle floor. You know, guess I might as well say it now, my own speculation for why he would have wanted to get to the middle floor is because maybe he thought that's where Selden would have stashed the stuff that he had stolen, but it might be something else, I don't know. The link that runs through all these events. I can explain the motivation for Mr. Shakespeare's related crimes. I'm gonna bring that up because I get a feeling that that might actually be related, but it might also be something completely separate. I guess we're gonna find out. Let's just start with this, I guess, and see where that takes us. Now, apparently that was a correct guess. The Selden file. The only one thing linking them, the fact that they had lodgings in the same room, in the middle floor of that building. It was formerly occupied by Selden, yeah. Once he also left here, all this loot that was apparently never found. £1,000 lost en route to hell. And one particular fellow inmate, oh, was he the fellow inmate? I mean, why would he have gone to jail beforehand, though? The location of the stolen loot and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. I didn't really make that connection, but I guess that would make sense if he phrased it as inheritance for it to relate to it having come from a dead person, even if it wasn't a relative. I mean, why would he have been in prison is what I would be asking at this point, but... Name of the inmate who was with Sheldon at his death is noted in this file. A simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false a charge really is, Subway. Would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? I mean, so that he could have free reign of them himself? Seems like a no-brainer. Yeah, apparently Natsume was able to freaking secure the rent of the room like in less than a day after the previous guy had died. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Oh boy. Is that his accent? Oh no, that's the dead guy. Want you to have me loon. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspear. Well, there you go. Again, though, I have to wonder what Shamspear had to have done to end up in the same cell as him. It's mine, and now he's also gonna revert to some kind of Cockney accent, maybe. Can't prove I killed that fellow. I'm the victim here, remember? Well, momentary break in that character. Can't arrest a victim, can you? Well... Nobody committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. Well, please thoroughly search the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Well, I mean, where could you hide a loot in a vacant room and not have literally the owner of that building notice it? I don't know about that. We are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Are we? I'm not quite sure, like, right away what's being referenced. But I get the feeling we're gonna find out. What can we use to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hole? Well, let's... if we're gonna do that, first we clearly need some insurance. But yeah, what can we use to locate the hiding place? Can we... It's gonna be like a Norwood Builder type situation. Have these... all these Holmes references, but... could it be something like this? Something to do with the gas? Something to do with... So we just set the whole place on fake fire like in the Norwood Builder. I get the feeling that's not actually going to be what we end up doing. I don't think this would be a clue to that, or this. Yeah, what can we use? Can we possibly use? Honestly, don't know, like, right away. Oh, can we use the handprint detector, maybe?
Take that!
Is that what we're proposing? Those are Mr. Shakespeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. I mean, assuming that the room was never cleaned after Selden left, or that it would have been overtaken by handprints left behind by the people who were there after him. Great Bartlett recognized the title when he hears of Mr. Shakespeare. He just showed up. Only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. Okay, so it wouldn't just pick up every handprint in the vicinity. That seems quite a bit harder to believe. So now we need something that had been handled by Selden beforehand, maybe? When the comic was arrested, he was living in what is now Sosika-san's room, meaning... Sample to locate Selden's loot that's in his old room. Let's see. A sample of the loot, or a sample that Selden himself, of something that Selden himself would have touched. Let's see. Let me go through the court record first. Is there anything that we have here that Selden would have touched? I mean, probably not. But is there a person that Selden would have touched? Would it be Shakespeare himself somehow? Would it be the dead guy? I don't think that would make sense, though. Would it be the key? I mean, we don't have the key in the evidence, and if the fucking woman has been handling it, then it's probably already completely overtaken. There's no traces left in that. Person? I mean... About the other thing that I can't think of would be... Shakespeare himself. Something the comic owned happens to be in the possession... Oh, okay, so we are gonna... We are gonna present the key, but only by presenting her by extension. Even though, like I just said, if she's been handling that thing, probably doesn't have any traces left. Yeah, but also of hers. How's this thing gonna tell it apart, I guess? I mean, could it be breakdown time? Could it be that we've actually driven this to the limit? Oh boy. Nope, he lost his hat. Never intended to kill the man, really. And he lost his jewel things that he had on his coat. Just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. I mean, maybe he could have found out a way to break into the room while the other dude was away. As the landlord, of course, but he refused for some reason. Was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Maybe I should have found a cheap rent elsewhere, but I guess I would have been less... less easy to scrutinize the other room. He had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right time, just the right moment, sending you these. And 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. Scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books, yeah. Couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, he once again tried their trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room, even though the previous guy that had been afflicted by that was actually killed. Which surely he would have been made aware of by that time. Here not to be, that is the question. I mean, it's quite a bit lengthier than that, the soliloquy, but in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know. Stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason, but it's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Started looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Boy. Said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember? Oh boy. Yes, he couldn't go back to his parents' place even though he was really quite young. And she just kept going back there. So a stern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. Walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. Sat myself down next to him. Got some watery looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. Wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. Room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. Even though he was saying that at that time, even though the gas being the explanation for why he felt like he was out of breath didn't come up until like much later, when we were talking to him. How could that be? Could it really be a curse? Could it be something a bit more wanton? Everybody's heard the stories, it seems, how they go around checking the pipes. And apparently this whole blowing into the pipes thing is really common knowledge, in spite of what the gas woman was worried about. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Is it really an accident, though? One of the black markets in the East and a bottle of strychnine, so she didn't actually steal it from the medicine cabinet. You really can buy anything you can think of there. Yes, that is one way to think about that. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I mean, if you did that, apparently the poison remained effective for several days. But if you put like strychnine on something and someone came in contact with that like a long time later, would they still be able to be affected by that? That's kind of a question, I guess. What's the half-life, so to speak, on poison? I guess that's a question for another day, though. Information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. So she was in fact the one who sent that letter to him. Honestly, just looking at it by way of this frame just makes me wonder how she was able to reach the pipe, considering that she would have smeared it over the mouth of the lamp there, but... But well, there you go. 2 people found guilty of one of actual murder and an attempted murder, and the other just of one attempted murder. Will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare. And you, what? You will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Sasuke Natsume here present. And also, where is this loot hiding? I'm still kind of interested in that, like how that particular point is going to be resolved. Because I expect it to somehow. Be or not to be, I mean, that's, I would say that's pretty relevant, since if you actually look at the whole soliloquy, that's pretty much a question of, like, if you summarize that whole thing, it basically comes down to life sucks, but also we don't kill ourselves because we don't know what happens after we die. That's what that whole thing is about. It's actually kind of appropriate that it would be brought up in relation to suicide. Also, sorry, my brain is blinking again. The blessing, Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison for your sake, yeah, because then you would be being tried for actual murder. But now you might actually have some kind of a chance of not being hanged, I guess. You know, I don't think I've ever had the engine... what do we call it? I think I've had the engine stutter when those fireworks are going off at the end of a case, but I wonder if it might, and if those things might end up like slightly out of sync. Divine justice duly done. Hey, that wasn't fully alliterative. If there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. Well, some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess. Well, I don't know if any kind of facial hair could be directly linked to that, but... And yep, another acquittal dealt with, and yet... I mean, the reason that we ended up going over this case, because this is technically a flashback from... like the... how do I phrase this? I guess the higher level of the framing device. It's because this might somehow be related with the different case, which was... whatever the hell Giselle Brett's reason for killing Watson was in the first case, the first part, that whole thing. To go back to that, but I don't know how that's gonna be resolved or how this actually links back to that. Maybe we'll get some kind of addressing of that before this is done, because we'll have to find out. Also, hold on, my brain keeps blinking, and I'm not paying attention to the dialogue here. An affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire, and then by a twist of fate I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. So your bricks and mortar became my prison. In the end I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. About a week ago now, dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours. Yeah, with a fucking prison indictment. So everyone goes in the world, humans are human. There are a few genuine differences. I mean, some differences are really very easy to catch sight of, I would say. Worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. I guess it all depends on which part of the literature you focus on, or just which parts of the culture, but you can say that about everything. So in a way that, yeah, it's pretty fitting. Now he goes back. Well, I mean, he's saying he's going back to Japan now, even though he said that he was going back to Japan. You know, in the first half of this two-part incident. So this shouldn't be surprising at this point. A novel of sorts, I suppose. I wouldn't presume to call it literature. And that is precisely the definition, though. It will in a way be literature, but as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. And yeah, leaving the country as a way to escape the Reaper's curse, there's also that to take into consideration. Nobody would consider that cowardly. It's a perfect excuse. It was in reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. About these two cases that he was accused of. Barely any time later, Suzuta-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On pretenses of her father being ill. It happened after the trial on the following day, of course. I guess we're not actually going to... Well, I don't know. Are we gonna find out what this is about before we're told that the episode is over, the case is over? That's what I want to find out right now. Now I guess we are. I think it's supposed to take 30 minutes, yeah, but it took a day. Skin prints are extremely useful in such situations, but yeah, all this crap in the way probably makes it a bit harder. Humorlessly might be closer to the truth, I mean. If I were in his position, I would also probably be prompted to munch furiously if I had that as an option. The man fashioned the hiding place in the ceiling. Let us look then if you're ready. I guess he didn't actually examine the interior of the stash yet. What's this? Ooh. Is that the burial coronet or something? Was that a neckband or collar? No, I guess a burial coronet would be something that you put on your head. Like on top of your head, I think, maybe. Some kind of neckband or collar. I mean, we already had the speckled band as like the second case in this whole little mini-series, so I doubt that that's what this is about. Could be the burial coronet, though. And see what it was claimed to be worth £1,000. There's some dark stains. Maybe this is actually to do with that weird Under the Baskerville story. There's this emblem here. Large letter B and a small crown, yeah. Might have to do with why, for some reason, Under the Baskervilles is like such an important story in this universe. So I've seen that emblem somewhere before. Where could it have been? Yeah, I get the feeling that's it. Would be valuable evidence after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key. So it's really not clear what the whole Baskerville stuff is about in this universe, but Hopefully by the end of this we'll actually have found out. This case will be perfect. I don't really see an analogy between any actual canonical Holmes story and what happened in this case, so at least not a clear one. I guess maybe the retired colorman? That's like a very, very late story in the Holmes canon where that's about like somebody using like a gas chamber to kill somebody else, but looks like that's not what it's what's being referenced right now. History of the Knife in the Mist and the Monster's Man and the Convict's Curse. Two-part story. I don't think that there were very many two-part stories in the Holmesian canon, though. I think like pretty much the only ones that were two parts were the novels. Because yeah, pretty much all the novels except Hound of the Baskervilles were two parts, but it was always like the first half is Holmes and Watson solving the case, and then the second half is a completely different thing that's just like a reminiscence of the victims or the culprits or whatever. How they ended up in the situation that led to the mystery being a thing. Can't write about this case, it's out of the question. And why would that be? Shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Okay, so the one about the woman getting stabbed by the falling knife, but not about the one that... what did she actually call it? The Master's Man and the Convict's Curse, because that would also bring out the name of Selden, I guess. Because yeah, like all the edgy, important, I guess, significant references.
And so it was.
Oh.
The second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
I wasn't expecting any voice acting, but okay. But yeah, all the like important, edgy, I don't know, dramatic references seem to be linked to Hound of the Baskervilles.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Well, there we go. That's the case end. Can't believe we finally got to the end of case 2. Certainly took us a while. And yeah, we will save. And probably jump straight to case 3 so we can check that out for a while. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Oh. That is something that I think I've noticed and that I think I also read about briefly. This kind of differs from the first, like, part 1 of this. Whereas during the, like, Greatest Attorney Part 1, you have the different cases that are named after kind of riffs on Holmes' specific story titles. This time they're riffs on the collections of Holmes stories, so the Adventure, the Return, the Memoirs, the Return, which means that the other ones would be what, the casebook, His Last Bow. I guess we're gonna find out. I mean, kind of see whatever's next. Out of the corner of my eye, but I'd rather not look ahead. The Great Departed Soul. Memoirs of the Clouded Copper. Austrian Empire, the Great Exhibition of London. And the United Kingdom, the Great Exhibition of London. But yeah, these would all have to be, I'm pretty sure. Ottoman Turkey, the Great Exhibition, and the Great Wheel. Well, let's check it out. See how far we can go.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park. Welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Oh boy, could there be a bit more voice acting than I was expecting in this?
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location. Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before. In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one, yes. Woo! Yes! Please, that's not what I wanted.
Well then. I guess that may not have been quite the same vibe of the Great Exhibition that fucking what's his name? That Prince Albert had in mind. I'm pretty sure that Prince Albert, if he existed in this universe at all, would have been dead by this point anyway. But Victoria would probably still have been around since she died like at the very start of the 20th century. And that's presumably not quite where we are yet, I don't think. Well, what are we talking about? We have no idea. Here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. Clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence, but apparently your presence is all that would have been required to help me snap out of whatever is up with me as well. Your tousled hair hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. What? My hair always looks like this, it always has. I don't think that I would describe at least this guy's hair as spiky, usually. It's not quite like his descendants. It's been 6 months now. Since I was forbidden from working in court because... Oh, I guess this would actually be back in quote-unquote the present. We're moving further down along the timeline because... I think at the end of part 1 it came out that he had acquitted a... or helped acquit a person who actually was guilty, so I guess that actually made him lose his license. Or something like that. Yes, yeah, if we think about it, he hasn't actually done anything in the present yet. In part 2, it actually involves him going to court. Now you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. Well, I guess something must have to be going on. But first let's do what we always do and examine everything in this room. As is our wont, we can't possibly overlook this after all. I'll insert Santa Claus joke here. Say, what's going on over here? All the different case paraphernalia and memorabilia. So the orange pips that were there and decided to plant them in the garden. Oh boy. They're all sprouted now. We have 5 new little plants. Don't know what case they're from? Well, I do. And that was your daily KKK reference, by the way. Which metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it? I still don't know what the deal is with the manuscripts inside. Never actually seen inside, as we keep saying, because it continues to be true. Being bitten, yeah, I don't think the implication was that something inside of there was going to do the biting. Well, let's check the board. What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle, which was hidden inside a goose. That's the thing, they're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered, so you see. Who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? It's clearly the real mystery of the case. Nothing else to be said about that. Polish of a full bottle for my alkaloids. I think that some of this is something that we may have heard before. But I definitely feel compelled to just check all the details out regardless. Guess there's nothing else to look at over here except for the typewriter. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. But there was no Yeah, no paper in the machine. I'm pretty sure we've heard that one before. Maybe just fall asleep while doing your job here. Well, I guess now that we know that we probably are going to suspect that we have heard some of these things before. Well, let's hear the comment about the Stradivarius. And the big analysis machine that we don't know what it is or how it works. And yeah, careful balance of those shelves. We've heard about that before. Can we get any kind of a comment on the Victoria Regina initials? No, we can't. Okay. We have that, and I guess this is actually the final thing that we need to look over here, so let's go ahead and do it. Great analytoscope. But it looks impressive, doesn't it? So that makes it useful. Well, you can pawn it for lots of money, I guess there is. There is that. I guess that did actually come in handy before. But I believe that's everything, so let's go ahead and actually have the conversation this time. But not before we present the armband. Did we get this exact same description before in the previous case? Your arm is in fact a particularly long leg of a miniature canine. Definitely heard that before. Well, let's hear something new, shall we? Event 6 months ago. Maybe we actually do get a recap on the stuff that happened. Yeah, the defense of a young girl in a trial held at the Old Bailey. Turned out to be part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake by getting the character who was called Cousin McGondel in the fan translation, but they changed it to Magnus McGill in the official translation. He actually was a villain, but we got him acquitted due to lack of evidence in the first case that we ever did in this land. But hey, I guess we're not banned from lawyering forever. And they ought to let us back in. Start the silverware next, well. Yep, gotta be a good lawyer. Gotta find out about this whole Hounds of the Baskerville business, and gotta find out what Asagi wanted to do here in London. We still haven't found out any of these things. How any of that is gonna be resolved. And also that weird telegram that was in Japanese Morse code. Might loot down in London from one of those lovely balloons. Those things fly. They'll revolutionize the fields of meteorology and cartography. But mostly they're for looking down ladies' tops, as a great man once said. All these things will become a knowledge. We'll have this bizarre, intangible network of knowledge exchange that nobody will be able to fully explain. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday. There was a huge explosion. Let's see how much some of these scam experiments really are. Well, it well, based on the fact that that was the whole intro to this thing, it does seem like that's gonna be what we're gonna be investigating as part of this page, this case. The brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Hey, that's a quote from Kingdom Hearts, kind of. What an odd source of inspiration. I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? I mean, should better take a look at that before we do anything more here. The Reaper attacked. Boy, well, we'll get to that in just a moment. First, let's take a look here. Great exhibition of all nations as of the world around the Crystal Tower. I'm just kind of wondering if Crystal Tower is supposed to be like the crystal fucking greenhouse type thing that they actually built in Hyde Park for these exhibitions, like when they happened in actual history, but maybe it's supposed to be something different that I'm just not aware of. Tower garners worldwide acclaim. London, Britain, and the Industrial Revolution. Industrialization in retrospective. First test of modern transport device. Well, let's see what we have to say about that. It's also positive and hopeful. Must all go to see it properly before too long. I mean, there's also, you know, the bit of the grim reality that's pretty much implied in the actual Holmes canon, as well as at least one or two, a number of them actually, now that I think about it more. There's like, yeah, a good chunk of Holmes adaptations that keep the time period that when they talk about the 20th century, they kind of have this wistful hopefulness when they, well, there's pretty much one main story that deals with like the future of the 20th century, and that's has this kind of vague wistful hopefulness, but it also acknowledges the fact that something like World War I is actually going to happen. And that would be his last bow in the original canon. That would be referenced in a number of other adaptations. The probably best of which, well, if you're looking for a straight adaptation, I would say probably the best one that would allude to that would be the Russian TV movies, but something else that actually I would consider pretty good, I don't know, I guess, extrapolation of that sentiment, and sort of that expressed it differently in a more modern 21st century environment. I don't know, something to that effect. Would actually be the second Sherlock Holmes movie that they made with Robert Downey Jr. Those, you know, those movies are not like super great adaptations, but they get more right than you would expect in light of that. Mostly sentiment-wise, atmosphere-wise, I guess. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. We got a lost cat back here. Maybe we can read about that. And also, ruffians aim to intimidate a man of justice. Lord Van Six and compatriot have been cornered. I wonder who compatriot refers to in this case. King Christian the 7th or the 8th? Ruling awards pride in Michaela? Trying to read what it says up here, but it's a bit difficult. Well, let's actually examine this and see what we get. This gloomy looking one. Well, let's zoom in on this image. Also, fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. The evening of cordial dancing turned into a blazing ball last week when one of the lady attendees' dresses accidentally caught on fire. In her panic at the sudden appearance of flames at her feet, lady lashed about madly about the whole of the no fewer than 3 flew the fires away. French court hears glass eye case. The juge de paix of Neuilly was presented today with the most curious case of a lady who was refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. All affair began with Madame Pluyet, and the defendant ordered the eyes replacement for the natural eye she had lost. On its arrival, she found that she could see no more with it than she could before, and she became incensed at the thought of paying for a division product. Well, Rouge de Pie attempted to reason with the Madame, endeavor proved to be something. And the Altamont Gas Company. And let me take a quick look at what's on the right side of the paper there. Maria Mitchell of Nantucket, Massachusetts. Maybe some of these were like sourced from actual use, but I don't know. Anyway, the Reaper attacked. That is to say, the Reaper was attacked, and apparently... Well, we looked at it. Maybe we can ask about that, but... Was attacked, but there was also a picture taken of the attack, if we're... You know, if the look of that picture in the paper was anything to go by. I don't know who might be listening. Oh boy. The more mysterious and complicated the case is, the better Hurley's mood. Not a deep sigh, but apparently it wasn't just him being dramatic just to be dramatic. And Lord Van Siegs was attacked, according to the paper. I mean, we could just read the paper in more detail and find out what that says, but apparently we have to actually talk it out here. Stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges, but even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. Well, maybe if he were to disappear. Seeing the Reaper's retribution at work, I mean, not really. We were able to determine that the guy that was guilty, but we were able to acquit him anyway. Ended up getting murdered, but we also found out that the murderer was somebody else entirely. Lord Van Siegs has been attacked by this before, and yet apparently this particular instance was enough to make the paper. The assailants were armed with guns this time, though. I mean, apparently guns are not even that rare at this point in history. Not anymore. Based on how the final case of Part 1 went. That involved a fair amount of guns. I'm sorry, what? Okay, we're not gonna question why the fuck she's wearing those things on her head. Like, what the function of those are. Okay then. Let's go ask Mr. Chief Justice why the Reaper got attacked. There's Solms Suite. We can go up to Narhar's legal consultancy. Or here, which is where we actually have to go. But if we go here first, though, surely there must be something very important to discover over here. Nope, she literally doesn't even want to say anything as we first worm our way into this place. A pretzel. It's kind of a German defense lawyer symbol. Are we sure about that? I mean, I would probably call a pretzel a German symbol of some kind, but if you're gonna wrap something like that around your arm, would it be the kind of pretzel that's actually soft and bendy? Because I've never actually seen one of those pretzels in real life. I've only seen the ones that are like hard and fried, and that are completely rigid. Oh yeah, the fucking spade argument. I completely brain farted doing that because I was I've been thinking about how I kind of alluded to a German symbol that can be wrapped around your arm, but anyway, it's clearly a bit more compelling than that. Like somebody's being particularly manipulative today. Why are they drinking like all these bitter drinks at the top of the stairs? It feels like shouldn't be doing that to begin with. Guess we still don't feel like we're a real lawyer. I mean, we are not even allowed to practice law at this point. Just that one eye. You see, we're done with a bit of ceremony, so that's just a toy for coloring in. Well, I mean, what kind of ceremony would that actually imply is what I would ask, but is it more than just taking a brush and blotching that in? Well, what about the rumor Susato used to stay? She's not there anymore, is she? They say a young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, even though... Well, even though nothing. That's just like a thing that was repeated many a time before we got to this point. And of course it's a friggin' no boys allowed zone. What about the aquarium? Doesn't look like it's empty right now. Prawns and the anemones gently swaying around in the tank. Regular cleaning, some food and fresh seawater is all they need, and some conversation, of course. Where do they get fresh seawater in London, though? Doesn't seem to me like it would be advisable to grab any seawater. Any river water or any seawater that was anywhere close to the shores in a place like London. What? Okay, that was a complete non sequitur. anyway, that's actually the other place that we're supposed to go to. I needed to get all the flavor text though. It's completely understandable, as I'm sure you'll agree. Where are those birds coming from? I'm sure that that's not the first time that we've seen those birds, but it's still more than a little jarring. How can birds be flying about in a place like this? How to keep it clean? Okay. Somebody reading over there, and apparently there's nobody around to tell her that she shouldn't be doing that. I guess you can also apparently just grab any of those books that she wants. And I guess if there's so many books in a place like this, you would probably expect there to be some kind of, I don't know, delegation for the number of people that can use them, or read them. Or use them, I guess, as reference for whatever it is that they are expected to be used. Which is clearly completely distinct from just reading them. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London, whereas they just called him... I guess I don't know what his original name was supposed to be, but some kind of whirlwind punch, really, because he's called Male Strongheart here, but in the French translation they called him Heart Vortex, so... International Forensic Science Symposium. Maybe we can finally get the Sholmes forensic methods accepted in court. From 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Maybe we can meet somebody that we recognize. So I guess you want to ask to be a lawyer again, but we also want to ask about what happened to... what's his face? To, Event 6. Maybe we can bring that up first. Let's see if we bring up the newspaper article. Killed, was he? I get the feeling that we would have heard a bit more about that if he was. He would not be so easily dispatched. However... well, now we can talk about that first, but I think it's... wait, what? No, never mind, we can't talk about that yet. Well, seeing how we can't just skip to that subject, let's look around the office first. Light from behind that window is far too bright. Well, I mean, you wouldn't be staring at the window, would you? What about the big clock? We're actually inside the freaking clock tower that Big Ben is inside of, since Big Ben is not a clock but a bell. Gonna have to wonder where the bell itself would be, though, if that's the case. So maybe it's just fluff. Well, let's look at the suits of armor. We could hide inside these suits of armor and spy on the Sabotage Master to find out what he's really like. And also the books. Who else has access to these books? No one would notice, or at least I wouldn't. But I'm pretty sure that if a librarian didn't notice something like that, there would be a bad librarian. Can we look at anything else though? Is there a point to being able to look around like this other than just look at the other extremes of this artwork? I guess not. Alright, let's finally have a conversation. That's always gonna be bottom priority on my list of things to do, just like in real life. Best you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role, yeah, but I mean, it also means I'm even more of a one-of-a-kind individual, surely. It should have been Casimir, but oh well. He got murdered by some runaway lady. What a damn shame. Calling, you see. Well, the word calling does make me think of something from a different game series that I've had on the stream recently. Perhaps you know nothing of his true calling, though. I mean, we never found out what he actually wanted to do here in Britain. And I guess this guy's gonna bring it up, because I guess maybe he's privy to that, but he's not just going to spell it out for us, I expect. I reinstate your license to practice law in Great Britain. Well, there you go. Guess all you had to do is ask. Have the perfect case to mark your comeback a curious affair. Otherwise, so probably just gonna get settled with another case from this guy. That's probably gonna be a bit of a catch to that case, I'd like to imagine, based on previous experience with him. I believe it was reported in the press. There was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday, and we suspect foul play. I have to presume. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Certain Mr. Odie Asman. I sure to wonder what that name could possibly imply about his character. An investor and a well-known figure in society, killed in a large explosion during a demonstration. I'm pretty sure that he said before that a man died. The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. And I guess he's gonna be the one that we defend on the charge of murder, so, I mean, how would we acquit somebody like that? By proving that he didn't specifically want to kill whoever died in that accident? That seems like... I don't know, stretch. Like, yeah, he can just come on and say, no, I didn't mean for that person to die, and that would be the end of it, clearly. more thing about the case. Connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh yeah, that. We technically haven't gotten to talking about that guy yet. But before we do, let's talk about the forensic science place party thing. I say party because I'm pretty sure that symposium technically referred to something like that. That used to happen in ancient Greece, but... largest and most important of them all will take place at last. International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods. Well, are you gonna bring up the forensic stuff that Sholmes has apparently invented by himself that was not accepted in court as is? Future of policing. Probably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods, I'll say. Apparently he just keeps doing this dramatic arm opening stances. I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Well, I shall detail everyone now. Well, might as well go for it. It began 15 years ago. And now we got, I guess, this guy. I mean, I want to hear what did happen 15 years ago. Please let me know in as much detail as possible. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Well, did he say anything else that was actually intelligible? I was so. Formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. I guess it will happen. Only about 100 years from this moment, though. I guess she even nodded off. Even though she was apparently more interested in that than Urunosuke was. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Maybe that will be significant in the future. Hold on, before we ask about that, what if we present the arm at him just as a guy? Just to say that we did that at every possible chance. Never accept foreign students before first researching the legal systems of their home countries. Such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court. I guess you could say that about any British loitering symbols as well, if you're going to argue that. Street ruffians. Armed with guns. Why was he attacked? Events that occurred a month ago. Leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted 5 and 6. But the man was acquitted. And we're not talking about Migandol this time. Presume. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. Despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. Victim's henchmen clearly think so, but I guess he's not going to give an opinion on the... There's a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman, really. Wasn't that the guy? Oh, I guess he would have been the guy that was killed in the explosion, so... You're saying that Bad Six somehow could have sabotaged that experiment specifically to kill him? In reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. So, I guess because we didn't already have enough of that with Migandol, we get another Charles Augustus Milverton stand-in with that guy. Even though we only heard about him after he died. There's no evidence that he actually is a Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on there. How can you possibly overlook that? Van Six worked for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. Even though a lot of people seem to think that that is in fact what's going on. And Six may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he's no killer. Unless, of course, we're just covering up for him. Guess we'll not be finding that out easily, though. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget, probably because of his own giant diatribe that he went on. The meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. Well, lateness was inevitable. Can we talk to Van Six, I guess? I would assume it's at his office. And I guess we're gonna ask you about the attack in person. I'll wait with you now. Leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands, even though we didn't even confirm whether or not we were actually going to represent him, but I guess we take that as an actual, as a given. Well, let's take care of one thing before we... I think he might be about to call things here, but let's take care of one thing before we do that. We can go talk to the defendant, or we could go to the prosecutor's office. Let's do this first and see what this looks like and see if we can complete the stupid meme task that we have to do for the achievement in this case. What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. What do you have to do to get an office that looks like this? Ooh. Who might that be? Would that be somebody that we can talk to, or... well, I guess it wasn't this guy at any rate. He's as welcoming as I thought he'd be. Also, we came to ask you about your murder attempt. But also this person. Who could this be? My apprentice. He's sitting there of his own free will. Boy. You're the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Does he have a name? Very able in combat, requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself, assuming that is that such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Of course, it's just gonna dodge the question. Well, let's begin by doing this and see if we can exhaust the things that we can do in this scene. Mark of a defense lawyer in Japan, at least. Well, you know, it's cultural exchange. Diffusion. I'm sorry, what did he say just before this? I can understand there's merge of a man in reminding yourself of who helped you become who you are today or what you are today. But that's a personal matter, not something to flaunt. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about that with him, but first let's hear about this. Probably. I had no idea I'd been photographed. So now he just completely, instantly owns up to it, I guess. Looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. And there's someone else fighting all inside you. It could be that person over there. I mean, can we speak? Can we learn more about that person, our apprentice? But before we actually have a chat, let's take a very, very detailed look around your office. Take a look at this picture. Whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Six's facial features, assuming that it's supposed to be him. I didn't imagine that we would have to take that as granted. The artist has turned it into a fucking over anime-fied thing, I guess. Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. Surely that's immediately obvious. Well, yeah, who may that be? He's just not gonna say. Okay. I get the feeling we'd better keep that in mind, though. What about this model of the big exhibition, maybe? I mean, just barging into his office and poking around, it probably makes sense that he would be very attentive of whatever it is you're doing. How about this stuff back here? Is this where you keep all your fucking chalices and wine bottles? But with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. Yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless, yeah. Because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide off the mark sometimes, well. Yeah, you monster. Anything else to look at back here? Yes, not. Alright. How do we address the, you know, good old elephant in the room and also bats? There's familiars, I expect. Well. We don't have any infestation potentials to worry about with bats here. Not anything we actually draw attention to at any rate. Casks in the Reaper's chamber. Or are they caskets? God, could have the fucking dramatic slow animation there. I mean, yeah, it's definitely the most sensible one in that whole conversation. But who is this person? Are you just kneeling and writing something? Writing something, maybe? I mean, this kind of low desk that you would have to kneel at to actually be able to use seems like a Japanese thing, maybe? I think you would see something like this in very many different contexts as a serious thing, but anyway, let's actually have a chat now. What did happen to you? Some sort of revenge attack for the Asman's death, which is believed to have been orchestrated by you somehow. We don't actually have Ori Asman in our record thing yet, do we? No, we do. Well-known financier who perished in the explosion on the experimentation stage said at the Great Exhibition. And also the head of a large criminal organization. Well, he could be like another Charles Augustus Milverton analogy, even though we already had that with Costly Begun in part 1. But could also be an analogy to a different kind of Holmes villain. I don't know. Or just a generic villain archetype altogether. Nothing that has to be necessarily specific. I guess we'll find out. His enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, so it seems. Honestly, that whole scenario of, like, to just bribe the jury or whatever and just got his way out of a guilty verdict that way. Makes me think of one of the earliest Sherlock Holmes movie adaptations with fucking George Zucco as Moriarty and Basil Rathbone as Holmes. Because that's pretty much how that movie starts, with Moriarty being like, nope, you don't have the evidence, or you do have the evidence, but you got here too late when I was already acquitted. And yeah, apparently this guy died during that explosion we saw right at the beginning, which... honestly, that feels like a lot more plausible than whatever that machine was actually supposed to do, as that guy was describing in the cutscene. Albert Harebrain. I mean, other than the fact that he apparently invented that whole thing, he is a contemporary of mine. We were at university together, really. We better at least go meet him. But first, let's hear about this. I understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany. I mean, Van Siegs isn't really an English name, or surname. Harebrain's from a respectable British family, really. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. Well, was in the Faculty of Law and he in Science, our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. I mean, how did that happen? That's what I would be wondering the most right now. And of course, because there's no other prosecutors in this country. They are friends, it's true. I guess that's supposed to be the significant part, that apparently they were friends. And yet this guy's gonna prosecute against him. I mean, not all of them. I mean, fucking Sojiki's still alive, isn't he? This time. Yeah, there you go. And also, presumably, yeah, Gino Destroyed is still alive during this time period. Not that we have an immediate way to confirm that. But he's still denying everything. Number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh. So he denies it, but he's also playing along with it. It's a bit of an odd contrast, I would say. It's in my to-do list to become a professor, is that what he said? No, prosecutor. Okay. Does he have a name, though? We still haven't heard that. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. And wears some kind of mask. Why is that? Unlocked Strongheart's order. Nobody knows in a man's face, or indeed is it. What? Really? I mean, how did he actually end up in this position at all, if that's the case, is what I would ask, but I guess Strongheart is the one who put him up to all this, which definitely raises a few eyebrows, but... I guess he's just apprentice. Somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter, really. Well, maybe he will somehow turn out to be somebody that we have met before. Casually with flawless posture, it couldn't be. What did is that like? Do we believe that's Asagi? Did he fake his death? And now he's a prosecutor apprentice? Is that where this is eventually going? I wonder. So we're not gonna find out today, though. I'm pretty sure he's not in the... Natsume's not in the country anymore. Well, there you go. Probably was a good idea to come here first, but... On that note, I guess we better go and talk to the other guy before this is done and see where that leads us. See if that's like the final thing that we have to do before we move on to the trial section. Which is presumably coming. What do we hear about the experiment? Well, in a manner of speaking, maybe. It's not success by anyone's calculations, and yet... And yet the thing blew up and somebody died. But how much if I present you with my lawyer's armband? Purchased the wrong size by mistake. Oh. The sleeves are extremely bracing. I mean, depends on exactly what definition you land with the word bracing, I would say. But hey, let's have a chat. Let's not be distracted too much here. Could interpret your results that way if you really wanted to, but... I mean, what was the successful part of that experiment, is what I would ask. Mr. Ashman was spontaneously disassembled, well... Should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis, but... Machine exploded and Mr. Ashman, in fact, perished. Well, was he reassembled when he perished, or before he perished? Or did he just disappear? Yeah, it's a thing. If you call it an accident, it's not. It's really not really gonna be practical to say that, no, I totally didn't do anything that would say no. There is no way that this accident should have happened. I don't know. God, the more time that goes on, the less able I am to actually express myself, but probably why it's a good thing that I'm gonna try to cut things out after this, the end of this conversation. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. I mean, I guess they're gonna address that after all. What I'm having a bit of an issue with here, and that's how are they gonna determine if it was actually murder? How are these two things going to be differentiated? Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. Well, I mean, if that's all that we're trying to do, we can probably manage, I would say. Depends on what the argument would be for it being murder. Or hiding in water some rock seeds for 50 days, so I mean, all the boats that are gonna sprout wings would probably be a better bet for that. If you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, but it wouldn't really seem that vast anymore, would it? What are the implications? Well, I mean, it definitely question the logistics of actual worldwide teleportation. If it were done with that, I mean, the kind of method that was shown in the intro to this case. Just based on the fact that it would have to adjust for stuff like, well, I don't know, stuff to do with the curvature of the Earth. Stuff that I probably can't even think of clearly right now, but probably the kind of stuff that planes kind of already have to account for in real life. Varsity years. We could hear about that first, or we could hear about the Reaper's varsity years. Might as well take a break from this topic so we can go down these topics the way that they actually appear, I guess. I was studying law whilst I was studying science. An assuming, gentlemanly, and all-round nice fellow, really. I've heard about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor of Ark Van Seeks, yet I get a feeling that he's not going to change his stance there. He's the little darling of the Van Seeks family with all its great aristocratic origins. I mean, it seems like it's not a hard thing to figure from the way he presents himself at this point. There's a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. But he doesn't know what it was. So it's a complete cold lead. guess he mustn't already be aware of the fact that Van Six is going to be the prosecutor against him. Exceptional engineer. Can we learn more about this person, maybe? Well, where does that leave us? Must have been an accident, and that's pretty much gonna be the crux of our job for the trial, it seems, proving that it wasn't anything more than an accident. Maybe. Well, I missed the history button just now, but yeah. To visit the Great Exhibition. Time to investigate, which I guess we couldn't possibly have done without getting this guy's side of the story and going to the... through the precise motion of saying that, yeah, we're gonna specifically be officially appointed as your lawyer, and that'll give us more entitlement to investigate, I guess, but as you might be able to figure right now, I think we're gonna be saving that for the next time that I play this. Let's go and go two options again. So we have the freaking prison cell as our background there for the title screen, because it's the last thing that we saw in the game. Oh dear, that's methinks and me knows, because we's already determined that that is where we will leave things off for the moment. As I bring back the playlist here, I guess I go to. I'm just gonna restart this track from the beginning. It seems like a very fitting one to pair with this game, like I said. And it just happens to be right there in my playlist, so no reason not to use it, really. Let me check one thing real quick before I sign off here, but yeah, I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and switch off to the end of stream section, in which I will say thanks to everyone who stopped by, as per usual. I'm probably gonna be returning to Greatest Attorney next Monday, if I can. Pretty much how I'm rushing things out right now, but tomorrow and Thursday probably I will be going back to unlikely finishing it if I end up distributing it properly over the course of a couple of days, and going back to the Dark Souls 1 random run so I can finish that. And I may also try to go back to Outer Wilds on Wednesday, I think. Yeah, Wednesday. See if I can make a little bit more progress in that game. If I can't remember what I'm supposed to be doing in that game. It's been a bit of a perplexing experience for me, that one, I will admit, but probably want to see it through to the end. I've spent so much time on that already. But yeah, that's what's on the table for the foreseeable future, which hopefully I can keep up without too much issue, at least this week. But for now, might as well see if I can take a little bit of an opportunity to do something. Ooh. Okay, yeah. If you would be willing to stick around for just a moment longer, I'm going to see if I can throw a quick raid at LP's Old Gamer, who is an old friend of the stream and a very cool person and an overall, well, cool person, that's what I just said, and a good friend of mine, who is streaming right now, and I think was streaming Code Vein a while ago, but apparently he's streaming Jackbox right now, so it should be a fun time. But yeah. Probably gonna be back tomorrow with more Dark Souls Randomizer, like I said, and then probably Outer Wilds, and then be back to Greatest Attorney Part 2 next week, with all, or with any luck, I guess I could say. That's a more apt way to phrase what I am trying to phrase right now, but yeah. And all that having been said, I will say you'll take it easy. I think everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always wait whenever people chat, and I will see you later. This so finally fades out, but oh yeah, Psychonauts. Psychonauts 2 is a thing now, isn't it? I'm probably gonna want to play that at some point, but probably play that for the first time by myself. Dear, since I didn't get it at launch, I can probably wait a little bit before I look into that, but yeah. Anyway, bye.